Ahoy, land lovers! It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Hi, hello, and welcome to another Friday stream. This time it is Friday, June 12th, 2026. And if you live where I live, boy, you could get wet down there. And by down there, I mean outside, because it's raining a lot. It's not as bad as slightly earlier in the week on like Wednesday. It was like supposed to rain a little, and I had like a contractor coming in, and so like it rained like a ton for like a half hour, like right before he was supposed to show up. And then like the appointment happened, it was like mostly okay, but like it was still like damp out. So like he was like tracking stuff in and out, which like, yeah, obviously of course. Like that's not his fault. It just sucks that it happened that way. And then like 2 or 3 hours after that all wrapped up, it was like raining so hard. It was just like solid, like the ocean was coming down from the sky. Down there geographically, yes, of course, being in the south, the southern region of the United States. Apparently, some people get upset if you call this area the South, which is a thing I didn't know upon living here. I don't have strong feelings about that, but then again, I'm a foreigner. I'm an outsider, so what do I know? It has been asked if we could see the Eevee, particularly Eevee. Eevee's like the one that's like not even, well, the Flareon's also pre-existing. If you weren't here last week when I talked about this, obviously I like plush. Obviously I like Pokemon. Last Friday, like a week ago, on the Pokemon Center website for North America, they restocked what are these called? They're like Adventure Pals or something. There's this line of like they're almost all or all either like starter Pokemon, like unevolved starter Pokemon, or Eevee and Eeveelutions that are just these really good keychains. Like the first go around when they like first released them, like a bunch of them, like Espeon and Umbreon, I think Sylveon sold out like really quickly. So it was like you couldn't get the whole set, and so I was like, well, if I can't get like the whole set, then I'll just get Eevee and my favorite evolution, Flareon. And the Flareon, this ranks really highly of like all of my plush, which is kind of weird because it's like it's like a needlessly expensive keychain. But just like the proportions and the face art, they're so good. Just like all the little features I want showcased are like excellent on this Flareon. And so like, knowing that they've been kind of big on like restocking stuff, especially like Eevees since like last year. I mean, last year was like the year of Eevee, right? And so like it kind of made sense then. But then like initially I thought it was just because like the time delay from when stuff happens in Japan and when it hits like other regions, that like early this year like they were still restocking some Eevee stuff even though it was like no longer technically the year of Eevee. But like it's kind of been ongoing, and so like I thought that they might restock them, and I was like, God, if they did that, I have to really think about getting the Eeveelutions. And then like this time, they came back, and like no, I don't think any of them have sold out yet, which is surprising to me, because having possessed like two of them, I was like, I am willing to drop like $140 or something to get all of them. They're so good. None of these are bad. I'm a little surprised that I think I would say Umbreon's like maybe least good, but like it's mostly just because like the sheen on the fur just like doesn't quite seem right. Like it's not bad. It's just it's almost like too shiny. I don't know. It's still good. I mean, look at him. He's still really good. Got the tail. And look, this is a big emotional step for me. I cut the tags off all these because I didn't want to like I've been talking about cutting the tags off my like Pokemon Center plush because the North American tags are awful. They're huge and they're ugly and they suck. I've left them on everything because like I never really got in the habit of taking tags. Like I had like Beanie Babies growing up, and like those don't have really obtrusive tags, and like a lot of other plush that like this totally fine. But like the Pokemon Center ones, they're so obnoxious. I really dislike them. So I cut them off all of these guys. Otherwise, like the tags would take up like literally half the space on the desk. It's absurd. Again, I don't think any of these are bad. I'm gonna highlight this. I think so. No, something's actually gonna stand out. That's great. This the like mildly like displeased or like nonplussed expression on the Vaporeon really tickles me. I like the Vaporeon more than I expected. The Vaporeon's pretty good. The tail is big. This happens a lot with Vaporeon. Has a big tail, but good face on that one. I mean, they pretty much all have good faces, which is like one of like again like the expression on the Flareon was what I was like, dang, that's like an extremely good Flareon. Um, I think it's interesting. Do you have a mouse? You do. I think Espeon's the only one that doesn't have like visible mouth, which like I don't think is like out of character for Espeon, but like it's a strong choice. It's an interesting choice. But they're really good. If you want to spend like way too much money, but like have a small collection of all the Eevees that exist, it's a good way to do it. So I'm trying to like line them back up. I spent like a lot of time on this before. And I still couldn't get them all to fit in frame, and it's still not happening. Maybe, yeah, that's good enough. Um, the point is that like you've already probably seen the Flareon, and you can kind of see its ears back there, and everyone else I kind of wanted to show off more. Made sense. It seemed to put Eevee at the front. Yeah, it's wet out there. Do not go out there. Whew. Um, gosh, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've heard the whole thing to talk about. I've watched like a bunch of movies this week.
Birthday?
Oh, hold on, Zacula showed up, said nothing in chat, and then immediately fired off a birthday song. Interesting timing. Great collaboration, everyone. Hi, Detailers. Hi, Zacula. How's it going? It's going good. I was just showing off my Eevees. These are all the new Eevees I got. They're all plush keychains. I think you were here last week when I was like, I spent like almost $150 on this, and you're like, run that math by me, and then like I did, and you were like, oh yeah, I guess you could do that, yeah, which is the correct response, I think. I am wearing my like kind of slightly too fitted Eeveelutions shirt. As a result, so like I'm probably gonna be like messing with that, fidgeting a little more with the shirt than I normally like. But it just seemed like I had to do that with all the Eevees. Okay, I mean we got some new, we have some additional folks here. So uh, over over the last week, I've found myself watching a bunch of random movies. It started when two movies I had been intending to watch got added to HBO Max, and I was like looking for something to watch on last Sunday when I had like a little bit of free time to like watch something, and there like aren't that many shows I'm like not like there's not a lot of like things that are like actively like releasing episodes or anything along those lines that I would just like spend the time doing. Um, and so one of them was the movie A History of Violence. And before I saw it, I remember reading a review somewhere that was like, this movie is pretty good up until like the end. And I can independently confirm that. I kind of thought that A History of Violence was going to be like a proto Liam Neeson movie. And it arguably is, but it's not good. The premise is good in that it mostly sounds like a Liam Neeson movie. To be clear, Liam Neeson is a genre of movie as much as it is an actor of movie. Like a Liam Neeson movie is like typically like some guy who has like few to none like worldly attachments to like other people, and like probably worked some like either criminal or like government job that involved like violence, and somehow his like history catches up with him, and he either has to like take out a bunch of criminals or like make good on some crime from his past. And Liam Neeson usually stars in them, and they're like extremely front door, but they're usually very satisfying. There's like not a ton of variety to them. I will say that like the most recent like several instances of Liam Neeson movies I've seen released have been like at best okay. I feel like they've run out of, at least in the short term, ways of making new Liam Neeson movies. So I was like, what happens if I go back and look at an old Liam Neeson movie? And this one featuring Viggo Mortensen, I think is how it's spelled and pronounced. Um, and so like the premise is good. It's like a guy who like had ties to like a criminal underworld and like tried to disappear into like small town life, and then like he got attacked by some like low grade robbers and like did some heroics and got featured on the news and people found out where he was, and then they like kind of want to like, you know, bring him back and have him answer for like leaving the crime family or whatever. The It has some god awful, atrocious action direction. Like some of the worst I've seen in like a long time. Granted, this movie came out in, I want to say like 2005 or something. Not that like I automatically expect a movie from 2005 to have awful action directing in it, but like, you know, it doesn't have the benefit of like a high percentage of movies being released these days are like big blockbuster action movies. So like maybe some more experience or influence or what have you. Um, and like, man, the movie sure kind of hinges itself on like a really sudden and unsatisfying resolution to all of the action. And also when his family finds out about like his criminal past, they're like so so awful to him about it. Like past the point that seems reasonable. Like, yeah, him hiding a whole like shady criminal past, not great, not cool. Definitely understand the wife being upset, but like everyone like really really goes like way above and beyond to be like crappy to him about it when like he never asked for like the bad stuff to happen and he tried to shield them from it and was just trying to like be a better person, and like just absolutely no respect paid to any of that. Like his son in particular is such a dickhead. Like it's really annoying. And then yeah, like an action scene happens at the end and it looks awful. It looks like dog water and it resolves like immediately. Like it's disappointing. Um, Another one that I watched, 2005 was the era when all action direction was like Born Identity, quick cut, shaky cam. Um, I think that's broadly true, and it's possible I'm misestimating the year by like slightly, but I'm pretty sure it's like first few years past 2000 that A History of Violence came out. But its issue is it's closer to if you've watched like Michael Bay movies from that era, where like it's not exactly like shaky cam where it's like trying to get that like gritty like realism of the action, but more just that the directing is like unwilling to sit on any shot long enough for you to like tell what's going on. But like there's just like a number of times when like he'll go to like pick up a gun and then like shoot it real quick, and like it's shot in this way that looks like a kid like shooting like a movie with a cap gun and his friend in the backyard. Like it just doesn't look real at all. Like they're really like minor details, but they seem so wrong somehow. um it's like, you know, people praise like the John Wick movies for basically like the opposite of that, you know, where like all the like choreography and the gun tricks and stuff like looks super good and everyone really likes it. It's like the opposite. It's like people just like holding a gun normally for like a second like looks wrong. uh Born Identity was 2002. Yeah, but like with production lead times, I think it took a while for like the majority of the industry to catch on to that. Sarah says she loves the John Wick movies. I have mixed feelings about them. I thought the first one's like pretty good. I like the fourth one a lot, which I think is kind of a hot take. But like two and even like three are is it Transformers where action comes at you like a fire hose? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. But like in A History of Violence, it's like weirdly condensed, where like there's actually not like a lot of action scenes, but they're so intent on the action happening really fast that like the few action scenes resolve like way too fast, where like you can't appreciate anything that's going on, and it looks like nobody understands how to handle a gun. Like they made up the concept for the movie or something. So that was my experience with History of Violence. Was disappointing, was like a fine thing to try. For some reason I had that high on my list to watch for a while, but like no one had it on streaming, and then I like just opened up HBO and they were like, "We have it now." It was like literally like featured and trending, and I'm like, "That's weird. I've been waiting for that." And I watched it, I was like, "Oh, all right. I guess." Also in the realm of movies you may have heard of, I saw Midsummer. And listen, some of you I think might get really upset with me. I don't think Midsummer's very good. The thing about Midsummer is like, I think Midsummer would be intriguing if you didn't know it was a horror movie. But like, at least for me, just like knowing the correct genre of movie, which I don't think was like a secret when they did the trailers or whatever. Like, it just like, I don't know, it doesn't do it for me. Like, I get what they're going for. It's not like a terrible movie, but like it's kind of just weird. It's kind of just like a weird thing to watch. Never saw Midsummer. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it like super highly. It's not so bad that I'd be like, just don't bother. Like, it's long. I think it's like over 2 hours. I want to say it's like 2 hours, 12 minutes or something. I might be conflating that with one of the like 7 other movies I watched this week. Discourse around it was super annoying from day one. There's a lot of movies like that for me. A friend passed away before we got to see it. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. That sucks. Tasha says, that movie was one I took my mom to see after his last movie. Walking into the theater, my bro and sister-in-law were literally in the seats next to us unplanned. That's wild. And then you saw Midsummer, which is like a weird movie to watch with your family. 80 to 90 minutes is a perfect horror movie length. That's kind of true. I think you like, I'm reasonably happy with a well-constructed horror movie that runs like, you know, an hour 5 or something. It's like 15 minutes short of 2 hours or something, whatever. Or 105 minutes, I mean. I don't think, my mom says she doesn't think she saw Midsummer. I'm pretty sure you didn't see Midsummer. It doesn't strike me as something that you would want to see, and it definitely doesn't strike me as something that you would enjoy. Now, I'll say this, that I've talked a little bit on stream before about how like I sort of describe myself as not liking horror movies, but like I think that I've come to the conclusion that it's not actually that I don't like horror movies. It's that I grew up in a time when things that were described as horror movies were mainly like slasher movies, and I'm not into like horror movies that are like really gory, with at the very least without like a clear purpose to do so. Just like really gross gratuitous killing like isn't like great. But like I like a horror movie, I think. You know, like Backrooms I liked. I've talked about like a bunch of horror movies I've watched, like a bunch of like I watched like multiple like escape room movies, and like one of them I thought was like a solid A or A plus, like a legitimately good movie that was probably made on like a really tight budget. And then there's just like one like genuinely grotesque, horrifying scene to watch, like right in the middle of the movie. And I'm like, if you take that, if you dial that down to like an 8 out of 10 on the gross scale, you got yourself a good movie. That scene is too much for the rest of the movie you put together. Yeah, Zagula may be the only person who's specifically noticed that like I talk about watching horror movies a lot and constantly preface every one of those conversations by saying like, I don't really like horror movies. But like, this is the thing, is like I've watched enough of them at this point that I'm like, no, I think the issue is that like when I was a kid, I feel like the majority of like horror movies, you know, like Blair Witch, like that's a kind of movie I don't think it's a gory movie, but like that's like a motion sickness simulator that like I have no interest in or patience for. And then like stuff uh like I think Nightmare on Elm Street's like kind of in that category. There's like Friday the 13th, Halloween, Scream even to some extent, I think. And like honestly, like a lot of those, like I still haven't watched to this day because they just strike me as like is probably like a bunch of people being like stabbed or worse, and like like a kind of exception is like I've watched like maybe a couple of the Final Destination movies, which can be like extremely gruesome, but like at least they do like genuinely have a purpose for it, so like that actually bothers me less, but like I still don't really like them. um did you see Poor Things? That's the Emma Stone one, yeah. I think I saw that and I think I mentioned it on stream, but like, yeah, the one where like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I saw that one. I did not love that one. I didn't like hate it, but I don't like it. Just dropped on Netflix. I watched it on something. It was streaming somewhere else. I don't think it was Netflix like a few months ago. Um, have you seen Good Boy? No. Horror movie from the perspective of a dog. That's a little interesting. Yeah, this is the other half of the point. My mom says she likes Stephen King like horror movies and sci-fi types of horror movies. And that's the thing, is like stuff like Alien is like technically a horror movie, but because it is also like what the industry calls like genre, they just bill it as sci-fi. So like a lot of the horror movies that like I knew of that I liked were like sci-fi and not horror. But like the more that I'm like spending time just like watching like random horror movies, I'm just sort of like, I like a lot of these concepts. I just don't like, you don't got to be gross about it. I don't know. But like, yeah, another one high on my list that I haven't seen is Hereditary. But like, no one is streaming that currently. But no one was streaming Midsummer for like a long time either. So like, maybe it'll come back around at some point. Um, the cliff. Oh yeah, the cliff scene sure is something. And then like whoever it is like reflecting on the cliff scene from Midsummer. Like the somehow like the fixation on the cliff scene is like worse than the cliff scene, which I actually appreciate because like I feel like that is like an adequate representation of like trauma. Is you're like, oh, I saw the cliff thing happen, and but like here, okay, without spoiling like specifically what happens at the cliff is kind of like a perfect representation of how I feel about like all of Midsummer. Is like I kind of just like knew exactly what to expect, and like not because like I know exactly what happens in the movie, but like the movie kind of telegraphs what it's doing, and then it happens, and it's like not that surprising to me, you know. For Midsummer, did you see all the faces in it? I don't like know what that. Oh, the tapestry gave a lot of the plot away. I mean, I noticed like there's one that they like linger on. They do this weird like huge depth shot where you're like seeing people walk through a field and some of them come close and they walk past the tapestry, and it like shows like kind of exactly what's going to happen to like a specific one of the characters. And like because I was paying any amount of attention, it's like, yeah, I kind of no surprises here. In a way, it's kind of how I feel about the TV show Dark, but like Dark does that with extreme intent. Like if you pay attention at all to like the first season of Dark, you shouldn't really be surprised by anything that happens for the rest of the TV show Dark. And like it's on purpose. Like that's the whole point, is that like that's how that world works, which is interesting. It's just like, I don't know, narratively after a while it's sort of like, I mean, I get it, but like how long can that go on? The answer, I'm pretty sure, was 3 seasons. I think there were 3 seasons of Dark. Maybe it's just two. Um, But like, yeah, I don't know. It was interesting to watch, but like, I don't like highly recommend it. I also don't like disrecommend it. But like, if you all end up watching it and want to talk about it on the Discord or something, we can. I'm gonna save the rest of my list for tomorrow, unless I have something pressing to talk about between then and now. Um, in the last week, I've watched one, two, three, four. I think technically four of these movies I watched in the last week, and the other two were like the week before. I watched like a bunch of movies from like the 1930s and the 1940s. Why did I do that? Unclear. Well, no, that's not entirely true. The first one I think I watched was a movie called A Brief Encounter, which a streamer whose stuff I watch, Northern Lion, like talked about on like 4 or 5 different streams, and he said something that described it like it was like a bottle episode movie, if you understand what that means. Like a everyone kind of like sitting in one place, kind of like theatrical, just talking character development, mainly not like plot driven. And it's kind of like that, but also like the nature of like what the movie is about, just like okay, well, we'll save that for tomorrow. But I watched that, and then like I noticed like I watched one or two other like black and white movies that were like recommended to me based on my like viewing history like earlier in the year, and I was like, yeah, I could go for some like more weird stuff. And I'll talk a little bit about all of those tomorrow. A bunch of these are some real nonsense, but the real kicker, and I need you to prepare yourselves mentally, is a movie called Rachel and the Stranger. And like, brother, why did that happen? Why did that movie go on at all? Who's in briefing? Man, what a fantastic question that I should be equipped to answer for you. To be honest, like the whole cast is British. It's like I think it may have won an Academy Award, but like I don't think any of them, they may just be people I don't happen to recognize. I'm not entirely sure that anyone in that movie like was a known actor. It's not like one of these movies on my list was like a Humphrey Bogart. One of them had Spencer Tracy and Katharine Hepburn, which was a weird one too. It was the last one I watched. But like, I am not as well versed in the actors in these as my mom is. If she looked them up, she would probably know a bunch of them, at least like the actors from them or whatever. But like, man, just wait until we talk about Rachel and the Stranger, brother. Yikes. Um, I also don't think that Brief Encounter is a movie that you would necessarily like, to be honest. It's like reasonably well made. I just like it's just a little odd to make a whole movie on it and then it resolves, and I'm kind of just like, why was I here for this? This could have been an email. Oh, you watched Spider-Man Noir and liked it. Yeah, I mean, so like Spider-Man Noir not perfect. To be honest, I haven't actually finished the season yet. I got waylaid by my nonsense. I got onto this weird old movie kick, and I watched a bunch of them this week. But I'm like most of the way through. But like, yeah, I talked a little bit about that last week, I think, and like it's pretty good. Like it has good production values. The cast is pretty strong. There's a couple of like especially out of pocket Nicolas Cage scenes, but for the most part, it's I think what you would hope for from Nicolas Cage playing Spider-Man Noir. Um, and yeah, I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Gotta finish that off myself at some point. But yeah, that's it for my nonsense today. Enjoy all of the Eevees. If you came in late, enjoy all of the Eevees. There's no Squirtle among them because I thought people would want me to show them off, and they did. And we can look at them again later. But for now, let's hold on. I think the game is crashing. I think the video game is crashing. Give it a second. The video game has crashed. This is Rise of the Golden Idol. It crashes if the day ends in Y. Oh, right, and of course it opens on the bad monitor every time. You'd think I would learn a lesson, but that would require me to, like, be smart or intuitive or something. Quick, say whatever you want. I can't read it until the game finishes loading without crashing, and then I move it to the other monitor. Ugh. Anyway, I hope your week's been going well. Mine's been mostly okay. I will say that some contract. I mentioned briefly. I had some. That doesn't look great. It crashed again. It crashed again. Give me a second. Third time's the charm. Yeah, had some contract work. Basically I was just getting some like maintenance done on my air conditioning system because it is the oldest in the world, and it functions totally fine. I haven't had any real problems with it, but because it's so old, and also because I'm pretty sure it's like good practice if you want your air system to work good in a state that's like hot all the time. um I had some like routine maintenance set up, and then like the technician like showed me something, and he's like, so this part like is supposed to run within this range. It crashed again. It crashed again. Batting like a million. Oh boy. Maybe the game doesn't run today. Maybe it just doesn't. It's hard to say. Who knows? But yeah, basically he was like, yeah, so like it's even like written on this part that it's supposed to run within like this range of like capacity. And if you do this like super basic calculation, it's at the extreme bottom of that. So if anything ever happens, your entire system will crash. And I was like, that does sound bad. He's like, I can fix it for like $200 or for like $500. And like both of the options are kind of bad. And I was like, how about we do the 200 one? And then game crashed, what is that, fourth time? Gang, to be clear, this game runs like piss. This game runs like molten piss. There are very few games that I've actually committed to playing on stream that like run this bad. Though admittedly, this one didn't show any apparent signs of being complete dog water when I ran my initial tests on it. But it doesn't, like, the evidence does not suggest that it is the fact that the game is like not playing nice with OBS. I'm trying a different sequence to see if this doesn't crash the game. I genuinely, and I know this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't to me either. But my gut says that it's mad that the game is muted and it's like causing the game to crash more. Now, if you're wondering why I'm going to like a specific old scene, it's because that is where I had figured out where I have to readjust the volume to make the volume the correct level. So I have to go in here and then go to sound, and then I think that is the setting I want. Okay, now I'm going to hit F to pay respects. Is that going to crash it again? No. It's unhappy, but it isn't crashing. Okay, and I'm going to bring up me again. Which one is me? This one? Okay, looks like you can see it. Verify files. I mean, like, I can't imagine anything making this game run better. It's just bad. It's not good. So if you weren't here last week, the main thing to know is this woman. And Zacula, if you're around, if you could give me your synopsis of this woman and her impact on the story, I'd greatly appreciate that. I feel like you had the most resonant connection to this character. See where Nicolas Cage is in the movie theater eating the hot dog is extremely good. Very, very good. Very Nicolas Cage, A+. Sorry, the game keeps crashing. It is in fact cursed, as suggested by Demolition. Sarah says she's back. Sarah, you missed nothing. The game crashed like literally 4 times in a row. She should die in a volcano. Okay, that's interesting. I was expecting sad face, as that seemed to be your reaction every time last time. Okay, so exit scenario. Which is this choice quote from work today. We're talking about like location settings for wedding. Hawaii's too expensive, but they'd like floating huts on blue water. Demolition suggested that should go to Bora Bora or the Maldives. And they asked where they were. And Demolition responded, off the coast of India, to which she responded, I don't even know where India is on a map. I should buy one and learn where things are. I mean, listen, I'm real bad at geography. India's not that hard to find, though, to be honest. Although I'll be honest with you, I would not have been able to pick out Bora Bora or the Maldives off a map. I know both those names, but my geography is poor enough that like I don't know, it doesn't come up all that often for me. Okay. So, where are we at? Recap time. It's like 40 minutes in the stream. Recap time, baby. So like this is chapter 2, which is I think chapter 2 was all of what we did last time. Is that right? So basically the first chapter sort of established that like uh there's something called the Red Curse, which like the authorities are trying to attribute as like the result of some sort of like drug epidemic situation where like people are just having like lethal severe side effects to taking some kind of recreational drug. But the evidence seems to suggest that like something spooky and mysterious and maybe evil's going on there. Meanwhile, God, I just one of the problems I have with this game is that the storytelling is all over the place, and it's clearly by design. They've decided that in this game, at least, they want to be like jumping, like hopping around in time, and like trying to have like more gotcha moments that way. But like, for my money, I kind of just liked the steady build with like I don't know, like the first game did a really good job of like making scenes seem surprising where you just like load up a new case and you're like, wait, no, I know this character, what's happening to them and why? And like that worked fine for me. This game is like trying to like jump scare you with weird stuff. I don't know. But like the main crux of last time, and I think this is really the bulk of the story we're dealing with so far. Like I think some of the stuff from the first chapter might come up, but like it's kind of murky and unclear how some of it relates to whatever. But like so first we see a situation where like two people are supposed to meet up for the purchase of an ancient artifact, and it went south when the person who had the artifact in question tried to pulled a gun on this lady and was like, actually, I want all the artifacts that you have in your safe that are all on this list of some dubious description. And then she sprayed him with hairspray and like killed him by like shoving him out a window onto a rock with an invisible quantity of blood on it. Then we looked into a prison escape situation where someone who had been in prison for committing a murder managed to like coordinate getting like hacksaw so they could like cut their bars, and then like worked some other corners so that they could have an escape route out. And then we witnessed a drive-in movie that had a mysteriously familiar looking crystal as part of its movie projector. And there was like a burning car and like an 8-car pileup with like two people like bleeding to death at the front of it. It was like a real disaster of a drive-in movie show. And this was part of some heist to get the gem from the movie projector. And then finally we saw like an auction where like after someone was outbid for something, they schemed, they collaborated in cahoots with someone who was part of the auction house staff to steal the thing that they wanted instead of paying for it, which resulted in a blackout in the building and a death. And what we discovered at the end was that what ties all these things together is that these stories are all about the same two people. This woman and one other guy who conspired together. She got him what he needed to get out of the prison, and then like he acquired like all of the components from her list of artifacts up to and including the one from the auction house. And then when they were going to make the final handoff, he instead decided that he wanted it because all of those pieces together were supposed to reassemble a functional golden idol. And that brings us to now, which, if the game doesn't crash, is Chapter 3, The Machine. The story continues in The Machine. Super weird way of putting that because it's all the same video game, and I don't believe we've hit the DLC yet. That would be weird. in which an extrakinetic investigation yields terrifying results. That sounds like a description of anything that would happen in Golden Idol game. Boy, I sure hope the game isn't crashing right now. Really hard to tell. Okay, we're here with these TVs, these old TVs. By the way, this game takes place in like 1977, but not our 1977, if I remember correctly. Speaking of drug curse, there's a good podcast horror series called Azathoth Blues. Is it like... Is it just like a narrative podcast? Extra kinetic? We'll find out what that means, maybe. This guy, it looks like this guy is trying to like open a fire extinguisher like a jar of pickles. Also, we have a hierarchy to work on, in addition to story 1 and presumably story 2. The keys to ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. A dangerous technology is unleashed. Is it 1977 AI? God, every scene, everything in this game loads so badly, it's so anxiety-inducing. How do we feel about the audio level, by the way? It's really difficult to balance because, I'm not even going to bring it up. As we've learned that this is like the second game in history, in addition to Harold Halibut, where there's like music and sound effects slider for your volume, and then there's a master. And normally the master is just sort of like, if you kind of just like balance everything you want, but you want everything to be a little quieter, everything to be a little louder, then you move the master slider. In this one, master also includes some other nebulous thing, and like those sounds can only be adjusted by master, so then you have to work around master and adjust the level of the other ones independently. It's so bad. I hate it so much. Like, it was genuinely offensive in Harold Halibut, and it's even more offensive here because this game doesn't even have the decency to function properly. Okay. Hey, what's your deal, guy? This is chaos. I hope this is the right fire extinguisher. I should really have my reading glass. These are famous last words in a scenario like every case of every Golden Idol ever. Okay, so this guy works for the extra physical laboratory. I believe that means that, Olivia Newton-John famously made the song Physical, Let's Get Physical. And then I feel like they must have, science probably tried to develop the means to break their limit and go even further beyond Metal Gear. And they came up with the extra physical laboratory. And I have to assume that was created by Olivia Neutron-John. Is that anything? Is that something? We had that really cool coin flip at the prison. No, I hated that. You may be misremembering. I thought that made me really mad. That I was upset about that. Says apparently they're still operating drive-in movie in the town with the Krispy Kreme near us. Really? I don't remember if you mentioned that at any point. I don't remember that being true. It's annoying that this guy doesn't have his name on his name tag, because this game loves to just like give you that information for free. Okay, hold on. Some things posted on this board. Reminder of OPIG's zero alcohol policy. We will not have another Reynolds fiasco. Reynolds. I mean, you don't want all our assets to be spent on a coin flipping for no plot critical reasons? Yes, I do. I do mean to imply that. Yes, Sarah, correct. No testing. Awaiting board approval. Stay behind caution tape. Wow, there's a lot of red flags for the way these games normally play out already, and I've seen nothing of incident yet. Still don't know why the lab has been so cold lately. Dress warm. That all sounds pretty bad, if I can be honest with you. Okay, hold on. I found a fingerprint. Apparently, fingerprints are a thing we're doing now. That's really bizarre, but that's kind of interesting as well. Let me look in this barrel. Mistlands Lake, finest whiskey. Also a fingerprint. Super weird energy. Storage box is labeled Harmony Foundation. Harmony Foundation was related to, like, the lady who was, like, paying the police not to investigate the Red Curse murders. The drive-in is a recent discovery. I've only been to a drive-in movie once, and it was a really good time. Went to visit my then girlfriend in like upstate New York, and she had like some, I don't know if it was like an internship or like technically just like a part-time job over the summer, like working for this like art company. And like I went to visit her, and we saw like a classic drive-in double feature of The Dark Knight and I think it's Brendan Fraser's Journey to the Center of the Earth. It was interesting. It was a weird pair. It was a good time. One day I'd love to see a tier list of all the detectives you played as over the years. It'd be interesting, to be sure. It'd be difficult to cobble together that list, considering how like predisposed the games I play are to like making you be a detective for better or worse. Like for example, do you count Phoenix Wright as a detective? Maybe. Do you then count like Dick Gumshoe separately as a detective if he's not the player character in that game? Let me look in these lockers. There's some glasses. They have a fingerprint on them. I'm shocked. There's a book titled Primary Sources, Studies Lemuria. Another one called Lemurian Cultural Investigation. And one called Archaeological Sites of Xenopolis. Okay, hold on. We have a calendar dated June 18th. We're surprisingly close to that. There's a banner that just says, be ready. I kind of prefer hang in there, cat, but okay. Leonard Graves, how to make friends, keep them, and use them. Oh, that's, like, mildly concerning. Impression left in orange powder. Okay, presumably Cheeto dust. We've learned something about the owner of this book. Harmony Foundation. Enter a state of true harmony. Repair your emotional divide.
Shall we sculpt some flesh friends, then?
I mean, I feel as though that would help me mend my emotional divides. I'm not sure I trust the Harmony Foundation to do that. Okay, there's a coat. There's a big coat. It's Jack's coat. We have to go back, Kate? Okay. A book titled Organic Chemistry, 3rd edition. Book titled Key Mechanical Theory. Need both hands to complete circuit. High conductivity. Structural elements provide support. No effect on operation. Did someone like deconstruct a golden idol and then like turn it into like a room, like a early computer style like room scale contraption? Okay, last locker. Book called maybe it's a pamphlet. Overqualified? Ignored? Our seminars will activate your true potential, exposing you to a new world of corporate opportunity. Sorry, I threw up in my mouth a little bit. Listen, I'm pretty sure this guy is climbing this pyramid. I like to imagine that he disagrees with the pyramid and is relieving himself, as is tradition. I crumpled up something. Dr. Westlake. June 2nd, surprisingly close. Thank you for once again bringing your concerns to the board. Again, we take the professionalism of our managerial staff seriously and have taken your complaint into consideration. However, we courteously remind you that it is inappropriate to publicly accuse a direct superior of workplace intoxication. Mr. Spender expects a formal apology. No, hold on. It sounds as though this is framed in such a way where, like, yes, he's guilty, but you shouldn't have said it, which is, like, a super bad energy. Also, Mr. Spender, excellent name. I hope he's very large. You're a detective in L.A. Noire. I seem to remember you keeping and updating notes in that game. Yes, you're definitely a detective in L.A. Noire. You may not technically be a detective the whole time. I think you start as a beat cop. But, like, you definitely are a detective in, like, 3 or 4 different departments of the LA Police Department. No further follow-up is required. Sincerely, Nathan Hoyle, Board President. That's crumpled up because we don't like it. Manager and Board President inspection on the 18th. Unlock lab door. They won't have active swipe cards. Oriole looking into precise origin of parts. Jack to clean glassware. Lab staff reduced by Roman numeral 1. Eugene now on janitorial duties. Thank God. Okay, that's not quite everything. There's also this in this room. Cleaning supplies and a bag of cheesy corn chips. We got ourselves quite a mystery on our hands. Quite a treasure in this Herodric cube. Okay. So, this is what happens when you're not cool about fire safety. Okay? You may think like, oh no, he's on fire. They should put him out. Which isn't wrong. But what I'm most concerned about is that his face is like a Mission Impossible style, like super accurate rubber mask that like is no longer aligned with his face and makes him look like a macabre mockery of humanity. I'm gonna click on this guy. This wasn't supposed to surprisingly cool. Maybe this guy was cool about fire safety and everyone else was just so uncool they still caught him on fire. I do maintain that I am not sure that the animations were worth making this game run like absolute garbage, but you know, that's just my opinion or whatever, man. Is it a chemical fire? It seems likely. Although, if we look at this contraption, it very well could be like a cursed fire. Okay, hold on. We have some, like, runes. Someone put their finger on... So regular candy cane is increase. I think the green lantern was matter. And then... Is this heat? Might be heat. And then there's a button, and it has different fingerprints on it. Okay, and then we got like a beaker up here that also has fingerprints on it. Just like a lot of fingerprints, fam. Ah, Dr. Noah. Oh, is that where we're at? Are we with Sir Isaac Nowak, the guy who died in like the second scene of the video game? Fairly certain this was an extra physical fire. This was an extra kinetic incident? Which, you know, heat is kinesis, right? By which I mean it's the crime scene investigator from the Somnium Files, whose name escapes me at this moment. Okay, device function unknown. Danger equals very yes. Metals identified, high reactivity and conductivity. Dr. Toussaint says, parts Lumerian in origin, fully reconstructed, ready to test. Dr. Nowak lab notes, not sure we needed the same heading on the page facing it. Mr. Marmot relegated, laboratory access card revoked. He might be incompetent, but his fumbling did more than we've been allowed to. That's weird. I wish I could follow up my testing, but I can only record my observations from a distance. No tests before board approval. Danger potentially high. XOXO MW. Okay, that's those down. And I looked at this. How about this guy? This is our, this is Toussaint, right? I think Toussaint is the guy who was the murder criminal from last time. It's a shame everybody's busy yelling and not helping the guy on fire. Maybe that's what makes it, like, extra kinetic. An instant camera. Wow, that camera is making the game, like, super upset. I think it's gonna crash. Okay, it didn't. I'm honestly not sure which of the two games, like, radically ridiculous individual inventories I like better. I think personally I might like the first one, but like enormous lab card with no valuable information and then like a single object feels goofy. Testing approved. Marie, Tim, stop bickering so we can talk budget. Okay, so he liked what he saw, which was that guy being lit on fire. It seems like he has maybe like the wrong takeaway from the situation, but that's fine. Look at that, a fingerprint. You hate to see it. You're blaming me. I vouched for you. I said you could handle this, but you can't even control your team. This guy doesn't even have a card. Look at this noob. He's never gonna get to the Battle City Finals like that. Okay, I've apparently found everything now. I saw you touch the machine. You're sabotaging my work. It's the Reynolds pitch all over again. Oh man, do you think these are the two from that like really good case I liked in Old Skies, where like two business partners like didn't really get along and like they keep regretting like their history with the company and feeling like they should have more control, so they keep like hiring you like the time police to like change history for them? Jakey simply says, I don't like him. And I gotta be honest, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Pretty much just like, I guess maybe you're okay with this lady, but I probably shouldn't even assume that much. Okay, controls. We got some fingerprints. Fingerprints, we got some fingerprints. Names. Events. Gonna leave events for a minute. So the hierarchy and the story both persist right. Okay, these are like meta stories. The bald guy. He's a little... He's not great. He's kind of like evil champ kind from Anchorman. Gotta be honest, not like totally sure where to start narrowing down the fingerprints. Anyone remember what Toussaint's first name is? I want to say it's Oriole.
Shall we sculpt some flesh friends then?
So some guy is NW. And I think it's really likely that that person is Nathan Westlake. Should probably ask him first. Ask who? Which?
Kim Kitsuragi.
Oh, I see. You're trying to help me pin down which. Oh, I see the name. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think by now we'd probably know if it was Kim Kitsuragi was the entire first name of Dr. Toussaint. My apologies, Dr. Toussaint. Didn't spend all those years in medical school. Now, this is interesting. The right fire extinguisher. So why is there a wrong fire extinguisher, do you think? This guy...
Look at all this trash.
I think this guy is Noak, isn't he? Like, we've seen this guy before. Look at all this trash and it's just like piled up boxes and stuff. Why was someone writing something with like the leakiest blue pen in the world? Like, how am I supposed to narrow that down to like whose fingerprint that is? Oh, you should... I see. You're saying I should probably ask before I fingerprints. What is the actual Animaniacs quote? Doesn't she just say no thanks? June 18th. So, like, is it implied that today is June 18th? One thing I know for sure is that today is football. It's really... It's not lost on me the irony that, like, today... Is today or yesterday, like, the start of the World Cup for 2026? And, like, I couldn't care any less, but I was watching the heck out of the Pokemon NAIC. That was really good. High conductivity... Structural elements provide support. Need both hands to complete the circuit. USA is the worst place to host the World Cup. I mean, honestly, that's probably true even without the, like, political ramifications of doing it in 2026. Like, it just seems like... It seems like basically anywhere else is a better place to host it. This is a tough one. Maybe I'm out of practice after a week, but this seems like a really difficult case to start on. Manager and board president inspection on the 18th. No active swipe cards. Oriole is looking into the precise origin of parts. Jack to clean glass. Okay. There are two things that imply that this fingerprint belongs to Jack. I don't know. I don't know who Jack is, but I'm pretty sure that that's his fingerprint. All right, just putting that out there. Now, you could also.
The unstoppable uber rat, Empress of Slaughter.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna mention the janitor, and I feel like the janitor is the only thing stopping the Empress of Slaughter from taking hold of the laboratory. But like, so these like Doritos are in the like janitorial cart, which implies that the janitor is this guy who I feel like I have none information about. No, wait, that's not true. Somewhere is like there's something that says like thank God that guy is like the janitor now. So Nathan Hoyle is the board president, which makes me think that Nathan Hoyle is like this guy, the white-haired guy. I'm just gonna pencil that in because like this is just anarchy. So my theory is that because we know that Noack is a last name and the only other end name I have is Nathan, that this dude is Nathan Westlake and he's the board president. Where's the wrong fire extinguisher? I haven't pinpointed that yet. I don't know that we are meant to see that. I swear that there's... Isn't there a note? Is it on someone's person? Instant camera. Oh, wait a minute. Instant camera suggests that... Doesn't the instant camera suggest that this is Toussaint's locker? But then why does he have Jack's coat? The jacket coat! The jacket coat conjugations come back to haunt me. Oh my god. I'm like losing my mind. Wait, is it this? No, it's not this. So Mr. Spender is the alcoholic, which means that this fingerprint is Mr. Spender's. But what do I use this one? Give me Spender. Put it on this one. I mean, hey, this is a way to yield results, huh? We're getting somewhere at some rate. President Jackson Glassware. Oriole's looking into precise origin of parts. Ah, here we go. Eugene on janitorial. So I'm going to say that Eugene is Nacho Fingers. Let me look at this stuff again. We might have another Reynolds fiasco. Another Reynolds fiasco. Well, that's weird, right? Because like, what is the Reynolds incident if Spender is the guy who got accused of like being an alcoholic? No two people are not on fire. You know what I'm saying? So she's got a card. He does not. He has a card. He does not. But this guy has a lab coat. Test before board approval. MW. There's another Westlake? There's 2 Westlakes? Oh, wait a minute. Marie, Tim. Stop this big... Okay, great. So, Tim... Marie... So, hypothetically, Marie should be a Westlake too, yeah? Because this says this is signed MW, and if we look at the names, there's only one W name. So like she's maybe the daughter of Nathan Westlake? I think that makes sense. Well, I sure wish I remember this Nowak guy. Is he cousin Nowak? Or wife? Maybe. I mean, I'm judging daughter because he looks a lot older. Listen, we're talking about Rachel and Stranger tomorrow, okay? Yikes. Actually, that's more the problem with the movie Out of the Past that is also on my list of random black and white movies I've recently watched. We derive from that note that Mr. Marmot is the guy on fire. I think that's a reasonable conclusion, yeah. Mr. Marmot relegated to laboratory, access card revoked. He's like the only scientist who does not have an access card, is the guy who's on fire. And you can understand why, because he's the one scientist who's on fire. He might be incompetent, but his fumbling did more than we've been allowed to do. Nice function, unknown danger. Mr. Toussaint. Sorry, Dr. Toussaint says parts of the Marion. Yeah, probably Marmot. Boy, having like both of these and be like separate screens is annoying. I get why you would want that, but like I feel like I want it consolidated in some meaningful way. So like this guy probably Marmot. Does that mean he's the janitor? Is he Eugene? What are the names I haven't used? Jack and Eugene? We've got Tim and Marie. Oriel, yeah. So Tim is he's got to be Tim Spender, which makes sense because Spender's supposed to be a boss, but he's also an alcoholic. Jack? Huh. Huh. So if he got like Eugene is the one who became the janitor, so I think that's troubling. That implies that it's not close, and I feel like I should be quite close. Does anyone actually remember Oriel's Toussaint's first name? I think it's Oriel, but like I should know this, but I've had to endure 7 days of reality, and most of them have been unpleasant. I only ask because this game is so punishing if you go between screens, and I don't want to crash the game for no reason. If you remember, like, not a bit, please just tell me. One of those fingerprint pictures just like shows the hand in frame. It has to be one of the photos or something, right? Where did that come from? So, like... The glasses have to be Tucson. Because it's like all that Lemurian nonsense. I have no earthly idea what I'm supposed to glean from this. I don't know what this means or why I care. I guess it's the person who wrote these? How am I supposed to know who did that? Should that be obvious to me? No testing, awaiting board approval. I don't know, that could come from anyone. I mean, it could be Jack. Hey, Arcadius, welcome to the stream. We're up to 106 month resubs. Thank you for the resub. Neighbor blamed me for the gravel in his driveway, but it was his own dumb asphalt. Well, you know, these contractor projects, they make fools of us all. I gotta say, the guy who like came to like do the maintenance on my AC system, without asking, he just like parked his entire enormous van like directly on my front lawn, like a complete psychopath. Like an absolute psychopath. Like, there were no other vehicles on the road at all anywhere near the house. There's no reason that, like, the first option that we should have entertained was to, like, park the vehicle, like, on the lawn without asking. Like, that's just crazy talk. Especially because it had already rained super heavily that day. Luckily, it doesn't seem like it, like, left any huge, like, divots or anything. But it's just like, why? Why? And I don't think this guy is Westlake because we've seen him before. Have we seen the name Westlake before? That's what the driveway is for. Granted, the driveway was full, but like there's also like a bunch of space on the road like directly in front of my house. That's like a normal place for a contractor to park a car that like every other one that's ever, yeah, like street parking is like a normal option to entertain before parking your entire enormous van on the lawn. He says, I had a guy do that in our driveway blocking my car from leaving. I had that happen, like... Someone who was doing something when I, like, moved into this house. Like, I had multiple things going on, like, right during the move, and, like, some person, like, blocked someone else in. It's like, God bless America. Like... you have two paths to park it. He chose to park between them. That's... oh, you love to see that. I mean, this guy's definitely... Tim, and it can't be Westlake. Is it possible he's Marmot instead? I don't know. I like the Marmot read. You're blaming me? I vouched for you. I said you could handle this, but you can't control your team. So you touched the machine. It's the Reynolds... wait,
My
it's the
Reynolds...
Reynolds...
dried up.
It's the Reynolds pitch all over it. What is the Reynolds thing? Why is there no note about the Reynolds thing? I want to know more about the Reynolds thing. I don't care about this guy who's on fire. I need both hands. What does that even mean? So this is like a deconstructed golden idol, right? Like this is our gem. This is our like input panel. I guess this is our frame, and like this button just takes the place of like a less complicated button. Oh, I see. That's the one with the hand in frame. It's the one on the door. No, that's true. He probably could have parked in the driveway. He certainly could have parked, like, halfway through in the driveway and it still wouldn't have obstructed traffic. But I still think, like, the most reasonable first thing to do would be street parking on a completely otherwise vacant street. Like, not a super busy street, no cars around. Just blew straight past that onto the lawn. Okay. Listen. I'm gonna hazard a guess that because this lady, Marie, is like hung up on the Reynolds pitch here, that maybe she's the one who wrote this blue thing. It seems like someone in a position of authority probably wrote this because it says no testing. But I don't know that that's necessarily a board member. So I think it makes sense for her, who's kind of like a scientist team lead. Like, I think that she wrote this, which means that this is her fingerprint, which is the relevant bit I'm getting at, although I don't really... I don't know about all that. I mean, I just gotta figure out this name malarkey. So the thing is... neither of those is close at all, is the problem. But I don't know how that's true. Like, I'm pretty sure this is the name we should technically already know. And unfortunately, no one seems to have a better memory of this than I do, which is not ideal. So we know these first names are correct. These are Tim and Marie. I still maintain that by nature of like the signature, like the initial signatures we've seen around, that the first name Nathan has to go with Westlake, as does Marie. It is possible some other guy is Nathan Westlake. Let me read the trunk note again. Oh, this is Dr. Westlake's locker. Does that tell me anything useful? In theory, I think that tells me it's Marie's locker. Okay. Dr. Westlake, thank you for bringing your concern to the board. We take the professionalism of our managerial staff seriously and have taken your complaint into consideration. We courteously remind you it is inappropriate to publicly accuse a direct superior of workplace intoxication. Oh. Wait. Okay, there's my problem. I thought somehow I had it in my head that was NW, but I must have just seen the MW and then like conflated this with it, so that's just wrong, which is kind of promising. So yeah. Yeah, I think that tracks. Because, like, she seems to have a position of superiority to the scientists. And then Spender has a position of authority over her. But this guy has a position of authority over, like, all of them. So that seems consistent. That seems to track. With that change, I still don't think we're in a position to like brute force, but we might get enough information to come close. No. Somehow it's still like extremely wrong. I don't know how that's possible. I really don't. That doesn't... I don't know how this could be more than 2 wrong. I really don't. She has to be Marie Westlake. He has to be Tim Spender. That's definitely Oriole. I'm pretty sure that's Nathan. What? Someone help me out here. What is it? What am I doing wrong? Mr. Marmot relegated. Laboratory access revoked. Dr. Nowak. Dr. Nowak. No, that seems right. Chaos. I hope this is the right fire extinguisher. I should really have my reading glasses. Oh. Wait. That doesn't... Is that supposed to imply that these glasses are his? No. I think it's meant to imply that Toussaint took his glasses. Is there any chance that Marmot and Nowak are switched? It might technically be possible, but like... Nowak is a name that we've seen, like... Okay. Let's... Hold on. My tone is not meant to be difficult. This is just pissing me off, and like... This is one of the things where if like I played this game continuously for like 8 hours, like this wouldn't be an issue. Exit scenario. Because like we've seen that man before. And his name is something Nowak. Back chapter 1. I mean, Isaac Nowak is one guy, but we saw like his daughter and his nephew. And that guy, I think, is the nephew. We saw them at the press conference. It'd be so nice if you could go between these without the game crashing or sucking, or really just navigate this without immense turbulence and frustration. So, like, Isaac Nowak is the one that's memorable to me. I don't remember the daughter's name. I want to say it's Jack Nowak. No, wait a minute. She's calling him Jack. Is that the thing? Is he Jack Toussaint? Like, again, like, if I didn't spend a week apart, like, it wouldn't be such a big issue. Like, it's not... There's just nothing internal in the puzzle that really, like, helps you with this. It just kind of expects that you've just, like, played the previous one, which isn't, like, insane, but, like, I didn't. So, like, I don't remember it. So give me... story... This guy has like 8 names. It's super annoying. None of the names are Jack. Thank you for that. But... which
Saito
one?
Sajima. Congressman Sajima's son.
So annoying. God, it takes so long to let... Like, do you have any idea how much less annoying this could be? It's absolutely staggering that this is as annoying as it is. Oriel Toussaint, okay? Oh, but Oriel Toussaint is this guy. So Jack is the... Okay. Who's the Nowak, then? You should have a previous info tab like the last game. It would be swell. Or, like, again, if, like, we had, like, a... I can't even act... This makes me insane, and I know I complained about this last week. On these, like, central chapter menus, you literally cannot access the game's options menu, which is complete dog water. Like, I literally cannot change volume on this screen. That's so irritating. You just... There's nothing in the rules that says that the dog has to make the settings of this game awful. It's not obligatory. You could make the game not awful. You could do it. Okay. Step at a time, Vasco. I hate Twitch mobile. It wasn't loading chat. That tells me that you're multitasking, because I am usually in my sister's stream chat on Twitch mobile, and it gets so pissed off if you like look at another app. It's like, I completely forgot how to do like my one job. So that would mean that this guy is Jack Nowak, because that's the identity he was using at the press conference. Which then means that this guy is Eugene Marmot? Okay, great. And again, like, if we had, like, a previous info tab, like, all the stuff that I had deduced, and I just, like, remembered this name together, and I thought it was the guy, like, it's just really frustrating because, like, none of that was actually me, like, using the clues wrong. It's just that I, like, didn't remember stuff I did, like, a week ago. So, this is wrong, I think. So this, I mean, this guy, his hand is like right there. That's Nathan Hoyle. The blue one, I think, is Marie. Tim Spender's the Alcoholics. That's the one on deck glass. This is Eugene. This is... Is that wrong too, though? No. Jack is supposed to clean the glass. And these are his glasses. Okay, great. That's fine. This is more what I want. Hopefully I don't need the other one so much. Did we learn anything? Like, literally, if I just remembered this, like, arcane information from, like, case 2 and the end of last stream, like, all of my stuff was correct. It's annoying. So, like, yes, basically we've learned almost everything. That's not true. We've learned, like, half of everything. Like, I haven't even, like, looked at the event list. It's gonna be a series of blanks. If Zacula's around, he's gonna love it. Okay, so now it wants me to compare the fingerprints, which is kind of fiddly, but okay, let's go. So this be Tim Spender. It's somewhat effective. This is, I think this is Jack. It's vaguely close to Marie, but I'm pretty sure that's Jack. This is... I think that's Eugene. No two Eugenes are not on fire. Stop using Twitch mobile after it ate data. Like, even when you're on Wi-Fi? So who's the last one? Because that leaves 2 folks. Nathan and Marie. I mean, like, probably Marie. I feel like Nathan ain't bothered. But, like, this is weird, right? That this... It's, like, indicating there's, like, a fingerprint here, but it, like, doesn't really look like one at all. What are we now, a forensics detective? Listen, I don't know what we are, but it's pissing me off. Alright, let me look at the events. Maybe this will help figure this out. It won't, almost assuredly. Blank Blank's team worked to blank the blank. After performing blank without blank, blank blank had his blank blank. On the day of the blank was blank to allow blank blank and blank blank to blank. This gave blank blank the blank to blank them in. When blank blank used blank to blank the blank of the blank, it blank and he blank blank. Any questions? You're not wrong. Okay. It's just like censoring all the words. It's like beeping them out. Worked 2. Say reconstruct.
Daddy does not approve!
Figured enter follow unlock revoke touch. Yeah, I feel like reconstruct is the closest. Now the next blank is a bit weird. I guess device? To reconstruct the one hand. Blanked him in his blank, buy him dinner first. Oh, hey, Katay, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Performing the blank without blank? That's a rookie move. Listen, I mean, plenty of people have had their lives ruined by performing the blank without blank. After performance, it's got to be like the experiment or something. God, these words are so rough, man. I guess tests. Performing tests without board inspect. No, approval, probably. Blank blank had his access. That's Eugene, isn't it? I think that's Eugene. Gene Marmot got toasted. I think this first one is supposed to be Marie. She seems to be like the scientist in charge. So I'm gonna put that in for now. He had his access card. I think they use the word revoked, even though he seems to just not have it like at all. On the day of the board inspection, the lab was unlocked to allow Nathan Hoyle and Tim Spender to enter. This gave someone the opportunity, responsibility to blank them, to follow them in. I mean, it could be Eugene. Is he just like not supposed to be there at all? When blank used one hand to blank the blank of the blank, the controls of the device, it activated and he caught fire. So yeah, it's gotta be Eugene got in there when he wasn't supposed to. Opportunity, I need you to calm down. When he used both hands? It's supposed to require two hands to blank the controls? Yeah, I think both hands? Okay. So this is really helpful. Let me explain what I mean by that. I feel like this really perfectly demonstrates like an issue I have with this game compared to the last one. Outside of the interface, I don't think at this point I need to litigate how much it sucks. I hate Tim Spender. I've been thinking it the whole time. It's very funny to me. Mainly because my favorite episode of the old sitcom Grounded for Life is all focused around the song "Hey Big Spender." It's really stupid. Like the daughter of the family goes to this like Catholic school and she wants to like put on, I think it's Cabaret. Is this the show that has that in it? And at first, like the nuns at the school are like, absolutely not, like too risque. And then like the dad of the family, who just like hates the nuns, he doesn't get along with them at all. He just, without really like knowing what's going on, just like fights for the cause. And they're like, all right, fine, we'll do the show. It's fine. And he like goes and he like sees his daughter perform, and then he just like talks about how he just keeps, he's like trying to explain how traumatic it was to see his like teenage daughter like doing this really sexy stage performance. And like there's this great bit where it's just like they keep being like, no, like I get it. He's like, no, and then like it does like a different, like more intense flashback of it getting like worse and worse. It's just like a really funny way to do the storytelling. But so my issue, right, is that like this story isn't interesting. Now, what do I mean by that? Because I don't just mean that like this is boring. What I mean is that like they're trying to like recontextualize characters I like know a negligible amount about, right? Like Toussaint is like a professor who was at the auction. I've seen him like one time. I was mistaken about where I'd seen him, but I've seen the guy's face before. We know Jack. He has multiple names. He's a murder guy. I don't know who like any of the rest of these people are. This doesn't fit cleanly into the timeline that we understand about the idol, because like by like the present of where we were before we got into this case, like Jack Nowak was like dead. But like also just like, you know, in case of the Golden Idol, a case would be like, oh man, the guy who inherited the idol got like murdered by ne'er-do-wells with like some specific purpose, and you have to figure out like what's going on and why. Here is just sort of like, oh no, like something like dangerous happened when we like carelessly did an experiment, and it doesn't matter. Like you don't know the guy and it doesn't relate to anything. Like this is just, like in the first game, I feel like every time I finished one of these, I was like, okay, I get what's going on. In this game, I routinely feel like, all right, like I don't care. You like the story just like doesn't do a good job of explaining why I care about these individual scenes. Whereas the last time, the focus simply was individual scenes, and so they made an effort to make every scene interesting. This one, like, yeah, like a guy, like literally the second case in the first game is like a guy on, sorry, the third case. The first one's the tutorial, and I forget that it exists. But like, we already did a guy on fire, and it was like way more interesting than this one. Marie Westlake was hesitant to start testing the newly built device, so when Eugene activated it without permission, he was swiftly banned from the lab. Determined to redeem himself, Eugene followed the OPIG board members inside and used the device once more, setting himself on fire. That's real noob maneuver. All right, let's see if this next one adds some delicious context lacking to the previous one. First, I have to look at this hat. Hi, Nathan. I'm pleased to say we finally got the budget crisis under control. The premises we used for the Emotion Studies project have been renovated and repurposed for more promising ventures. I see you've decided on a team leader for the new project. I just wanted to make it clear that while she and I have had our differences in the past, I agree she's the right person for the job. She certainly does not share Tessa's penchant for risky and wild spending. Wait, isn't Tessa the, like, Raja's son from the first game? That doesn't make any sense. Tim parentheses spender. Why write it like, why would you sign your name this way? What's the purpose of this? What are the parentheses doing here? Did you have to solve a riddle to get your own last name and you're like hesitant to slot it? Why the parentheses? We'll come back to this. No, brother. That's what the... Okay, fine. Looks like a protest. Let's get on that protest. Protest movement. A hippie circle refuses to roll over and play dead. Arf barf. Is it gonna crash? Will it blend? Will it blend or crash? This is a departure from everything we've done so far, and also from the stated premise allotted for this segment. Is this like season 3 of Breaking Bad? When does the pool thing happen? Metal rod sits at the bottom of the pool, next to this stone glacier. Mom, it almost hit me. Quickly, Jeffrey, out of the pool now. She has a ring that says Tob Eas. Cuthbert leads New Wells Peel Club to victory. Benson out with injury. Okay, so Peel is a sport that's played where you hold the ball, so it's not football? Why is it wiggling like that? I need you to be more specific. Why is what wiggling like that? Also, that's what she said. Feeling the summer heat, how to cool off in style. New Wells Herald established 1952. And the ring. The Tobias ring. The Tobias strip, if you will. Ah, what was that? This one says Ode, TTA. Don't worry, I understand that it's a name split in half. It's just super weird how they're picturing it. Also, that's not really how wedding rings work in our world. Psst. Guy looks like an absolute ton like his son. The metal rod at the bottom of the pool. I mean, it's moving little enough that I imagine it's less that the rod is wiggling and more that the water is moving and like refracting it or whatever. An entire barbecue? Ode to the Teacher Association. I assume that's what we're going for, yes. Here's where Homer Simpson went into the bush. Are you okay, Tobias? I saw everything. Hold on, I'm coming over. Dear Corbin, thank you for considering our agency for your manuscript. Your observations are certainly intriguing. Just for closure, I would like some assurance that you have your subject's permission to write about them. We wouldn't want that scientist, Jack was it, or the woodworking family, the Amstells, to sue us for libel and leave us all broke, would we? Regards, Lana Pete, Leonidas Agency. Thank you for like 1,000 words. Jerkbag. Who up wiggling they rod? I know somebody. I know you're not alone, Zag. Okay, hold on. Here's like a 90s jacket in the 70s. Take back our sanctuary. Date June 13th. Oh, that's tomorrow. Time 2 p.m. Questions? Contact P. Coolidge. No, that's too obvious. How about Peter C.? A glass containing a block of ice. That's such an insane way to write that. Blue and yellow spools of ribbon. Okay, roof book. Entry 97. The new occupants are even more suspicious than the Hippie Foundation, or whatever it's called. The further up the hill I walk, the more cold chill I get. Look at the ivy. I'm not imagining it. Entry 98. You'd think the hippies would have rolled over by now, but from what I've gathered, they're still determined. I don't like it. Entry 99. To think my own daughter caught up in their nonsense. It boils my blood. If Pa were still around, he'd call it a disgrace to the Shaw name. Okay, hold on. Corbin Shaw. Got it. Got him. Just slotting some names in. Just putting some names in. Sorry, the path? Okay, for some reason there's like a path. We'll get back to this. It's fine. It says rod of my pool crack of my bush. It sounds like you're casting like the kinkiest spell I'm currently aware of. Block of ice. Well, to be specific, the thing I find objectionable about this is a glass containing like a block, like who? Ice cube. The word is ice cube? The word you're looking for is ice cube.
My wetware's dried up.
Pair of binoculars pointing towards a building on the top of the hill. How about you tell me which one? Like a loose, like, bicycle tire or something? I don't know. Go up, please. Don't crash the game. Circle of hippies. And it rules us all. You're doing weird stuff in there, man. Did you see our old moon-gazing bath? You can't steal enlightenment. Oh, shoot. That's like a Lemurian symbol. And that's like the Harmony Foundation? Now Penny's trying to recruit the suits. Oh, Pig hates Harmony. Did you, like, hear that crash? Don't worry about it, man. Andy's taking it back. We'll be gazing again in no time. Thanks, I hate it. This looks like some celebrity I can't recall. Parentheses, not complimentary. Not your fault, Mr. Marmot. You OPIG people don't understand what the Enlightenment device really does. Here, take some literature. That makes so much sense. I was just trying to help. I don't know why they were so mad at me. Okay. See, like, even something like this, I feel like the way that the first game handled things in, like, a linear fashion, like, we would see, like, this get handed off, and then we'd see it in the next scene, or in the previous scene that would come after this, and it would, like, have context, and I would care about it. Blue flowers. A pile of bikes. Small shards of melting ice. Hang on, there's like a secret hippie? Shh, secret hippie? Oh god, I hope he didn't see me, but man, it hit the organizer's bike. I'm going to be in so much trouble. Where did we see the blue and yellow ribbon? They're in Shaw's... Okay, so this is Shaw's daughter. That man disturbs me the most. Do you mean Eugene? The guy receiving the pamphlet? Sure. So that chunk of stone is like part of this bird... Why is there like extra stone next to what looks like a... Yeah, like a bird bath? There's just like a normal window into this laboratory. The laboratory is just like in a house. By the way, this Zen garden suggests that the laboratory is like in the house of the lady from the last chapter. I don't understand, man. Why is Eugene talking to those layabouts? He's lucky enough to still have a job here. Can't he do anything right? No. I've only just met him and I can confirm no. Laboratory scheduled June 13th. That's tomorrow. Working shift. Westlake, Toussaint. Sorry, we have to work on a Sunday. Afternoon shift. Nowak, Marmot. Reminder, Marmot no longer has interior lab access. Okay. And then decrease object heat. So he like did a ice. So he like turned the water in the bird bath into ice, which cracked the bird bath. And then something, Three's Company 2. Okay, I have all the words now? You sure about that? I mean, you're really sure about that? Can someone decrease the object heat of my house? That's a great question, Zacula. One option you have is to contact your local like HVAC maintenance company and then have them doomsay you. I forget. I think I know this, or I should know this, Zagala. Do you rent?
Not sure what blowing on that will achieve.
I mean, it seems insane to think that you would have a house in DC. I imagine that'd be like crazy expensive. But the local HVAC company wants money. It's true. I can confirm that as well, and it sucks. They want like a lot of money. What is the metal rod doing? Okay. That's too many things. Put this away. So, let me look at this guy's book again. Brother. My own daughter. Really? You're not going to name your daughter? Pronoun game malarkey. I mean, listen. Shaw. This guy also has... got a letter. Solana Pete is a red herring. Much like communism. The woodworking family. The Amstels. It seems likely that if he is observing a family on a regular basis, it's like probably the neighbors. So I'm going to say these three are the Amstels. And now that I'm thinking about it, I think the mom says the son's name, Jeffrey. Okay. This guy is Eugene Marmot, which really is like the name of like a bumbling lab assistant if we're keeping it 100. My own daughter, this guy is Jack. I think one of the hippies mentions one of their names. Penny's trying to recruit the suits. So this individual is Penny. Last name unknown. Assuming dreadful, if I can be honest with you. Do I have any reason to know this person's last name? Any at all? It's not Pete, that's a red herring. I saw the name Coolidge, didn't we? I don't think it had to do with that. What did it? Farthing. Farthing's a good one. Further uphill I walk, the more of a cold chill I get. Look at the ivy. Look at the ivy. Ah. In case you didn't intuit what the command on the idol was. Look at the ivy. That's fair. I mean, I get the broad strokes of what's going on here. I don't know that lady's last name. And I don't know this lady's first name. Wait. Andy's taking it back. She's probably Andy then. What is she taking back? You see her old moon-gazing bath? I feel like asks if they heard that when like they should definitely be able to see whatever weird thing is happening. Okay, where did the name Coolidge come from? God, this is like the most annoying part of this game. Take back our sanctuary. P. Coolidge. Yeah, P. Coolidge. Okay, I'm going with Coolidge. Show me potato
You're
salad.
second runner-up in the Miss Teen Oklahoma pageant.
I sure am. You know I'm beautiful. Do you think me beautiful? Alright. So, one down. I got events and path to deal with. So...
She's even stronger than my mom.
I'm a little confused about the... The metal rod? Where do I think the metal rod came? Oh, the metal rod is like the foot of the barbecue. It shouldn't just have two. Okay. Okay. Alright. So, the object... I mean, the next would probably be the bush, right? Cut through the bush. So the wheel rolled through this. Does that mean to imply that the ice did not? Did one of these bicycles actually... No, it's not the bicycle. It's this. This thing lost its wheel. So the wheel rolled down here to create a second red herring, which is interesting and unnecessary. So with that in mind, we would say that the next spot in sequence would be like over the root. I think. And then this dirty divot. And then like overturned bicycle, which doesn't quite match this, but I think is supposed to be roughly the same coloration. And then this, which belongs to what? But the object is ice. It doesn't, I mean, that's not how I would describe it. Oh, you want to be directly where my box is? Rude. Why do they have their dirty divot out in public? Because it's a circle of hippies, Zacula, in the 70s. What else are they going to do with it? Andy's taking it back. Andy's taking it back. But Andy's like not even an option, huh? There's like a bunch of individual hippies and like most of them, like... I do not like the way this is framed at all. I think this is really irritating. It may not surprise you to know. I mean, first off, I'm not convinced that the hippies necessarily vibe with the concept of ownership inherently. It's indicating the bike. Okay. I can see... Listen, I believe you're correct, Sarah. And I can see the means by which you draw that conclusion. Can we, as reasonable adult human beings, agree that this is a poor way of indicating that? Like... It very much seems like you could just like have all of like if the object of the path is super important to whatever you would like to do, then like have that be the focus. Like is this even important? Like really? Okay, so like cannot we talk about how insanely annoying it is that they're like, tell me which one of the hippies possesses this specific bicycle. And then, like, when you try to, like, compare them to their bicycles, they cover, like, exactly the part of the screen where you would want to look at while looking at that thing. Should have a separate side arrow to who. I mean, I can also see how that might come across as confusing, but I definitely don't think that, like, just slapping some words, like, next to the big arrow diagram, like, makes that intention clear. What? What, like, about the bicycle is gonna indicate to me who owns it? This one looks like Perry the Platypus. It's a reference to Andy's dialogue. Oh, it hit the organizer's bike. I don't think I processed that like at all. That's okay. I mean, I assume she's talking about like their organizer and not the science organizer. I can't tell you how mad I'm gonna be if this isn't important. This feels like a really unnecessary lark in the middle of, like, a bunch of shenanigans. Okay, alright, okay. A group of protesters looking for the word hippies. It's Penny's farthing. No, it's not cool enough to be Penny's farthing. It's gathered outside of the OPIG laboratory. They're giving us stuff for the Harmony Foundation. Leonidas Agency is the litter agency. Upset about the cut of their jib. About the blank, the bird bath of the Harmony Foundation? No, the closure, maybe? I'm gonna leave that one. During the blank attempted to blank a blank. When she accidentally blanked it, a blank came loose. Blank down the blank, and blank blanks, blank, causing it to blank and blank him. I think I added an extra blank in there. She accidentally blanked it. Blank came loose. Rolled down the hill. And blank blanks blank, causing it to blank and blank him. This is Tobias Amstell's barbecue, causing it to fall over and injure him. The use of these words is inconsistent. She accidentally blanked it. A blank came loose. Went down the hill. Hit his grill. She accidentally block of ice came loose. During the protest, I guess? What's her face? Andy Shaw attempted to steal a bird bath. She broke the bird bath. Ice Kings. About the... I'm gonna put in closure. Okay. Do you understand what I mean, though? Like, I'm not sure I'm articulating this well. But, like... So we added a bunch of hippies and some neighbors. They're not interesting. Like, they're... Like, the stakes are... The stakes have never been lower. Like, the last game had a cool sense of escalation where it was just like, man... Like, things just keep getting more dangerous for whoever has the golden idol. In this game, it's just like, the longer time goes on, the more it's like, wow, like someone slipped on a banana peel, like a mile down the road from the golden idol. Whatever shall we do? Like, it just, you know, like, it just doesn't hit remotely as hard as the first game's story. You solved the scenario. To show her support for the Harmony Foundation protest, Andy Shaw planned to steal the bird bath, or moon-gazing bath. However, she wasn't strong enough, cause frigging duh! Like, are you clowning me? She was like surprised that she couldn't lift an entire stone bird bath? Is she stupid? Yeah, I think that's it. I like the way you put it, Sarah. I do want to be interested in the plot, but I feel like there's no reason to. I agree. She wasn't strong enough, so she dropped the entire bird bath like a buffoon. It set a block of ice down the hill into the Amstel's family barbecue. Because obviously the thing I, the player, am most concerned about is the safety of the family's barbecue. Like, I kind of thought the stakes were too low in the DLC for the first game. Like, this is off the charts in the wrong direction. Uncle Isaac. Look what I found in Mother's attic. Remember our first experiment together? I would have burned my eyebrows off if you weren't there to save me. That's when you started calling me Icarus. Hope to see you again soon. I always feel so inspired after our talks, and believe me, I could use that right now. People in charge here have all the wrong priorities, but what can I do? Maybe I can impress Mr. Hoyle and he'll swap me and Marie around. But for now, I'm on the bottom rung. Wish you were here. They'd all listen to you. With love, Jack. Again... Completely unnecessary parentheses, Icarus. Absolutely no idea what the parentheses are doing in this case, but not my choice. All right, one more. She is reacting to playing this video game. That is my prediction for what we're about to experience. The Procedure. A bizarre operation ends in bloodshed. And yet somehow I think it's going to be tame as crap. Yeah, the information doesn't get us to any new conclusions. Like, maybe more importantly, like, it's not building to a bigger anything. Like, it doesn't need to be another, like, country-spanning conspiracy or whatever. But just, like, I don't know. Something, man. What? Was someone trying to make, like, a haunted house for their, like, middle school? What was that thing called? Spookorama? I think my sister, like, helped put one of those together one year. I only remember going to, like, one or maybe two of them. It's kind of a cool thing. We definitely have some symbols for an ancient Lemurian device of some description. May the light of empathy dispel the dark force. Okay. I can't believe it. We were so close. Okay, hold on. Several things are happening. First off, most importantly, Cat lost. Mittens had an endless affection for everyone. Maybe not, like, the most important thing to highlight on your lost cat poster is, like, a subtle nuance of your cat's personality. 1-year member of the Harmony Foundation. Dear Dedicant Hall, I am delighted to inform you that you have been chosen to take part in the Harmony Foundation's first ever New Dawn procedure. Please bring this letter, which includes an agenda overleaf, to the Retreat Center on Friday, April 13th. For accurate readings, you should also bring a photograph of someone you love. On it, write a brief message about them. Blessings always, Tirnanog. Okay. That kind of explains the cat and the message, one could argue. Seriously, I swear to God, if they killed that cat. Man, has anyone in chat ever seen the anime Elfen Lied? I don't remember a ton about the show, other than how, like, absolutely graphically violent it was for no particular reason. But the best bit is that, like, a dog gets introduced in the first episode, and we were watching, like, my roommates and I were watching together through the series. Like, none of us had seen it before. We were all watching it together for the first time. And, like, one among us, she's, like, really hung up on the dog. And, like, because the show was so violent, they're like, I swear, if something happens to that dog... And we kept being, like, overly effusive, even though, like, none of us knew. We're like, no, the dog's gonna be fine. The dog's gonna be fine. And I'm pretty sure the dog was fine, but really I mostly just remember trying to, like, gaslight them, even though none of us knew whether the dog was gonna be fine, so that we could keep watching it. Agenda overleaf. 7:45 a.m. arrival. 8 a.m. commencement address. 9 a.m. levels reading. 9:30 phase 1 elimination process. Oh, it's like a reality show. 10:30 a.m. phase 2 replenishment process. 11:30 a.m. levels reading. Noon gratitude meditation. 1 p.m. departure. So we're looking at Is it the levels reading? I'm so bad at analog clocks. I think that's the levels reading. Wow, this guy, I think he took a nap because someone spilled all the jam that he had for his hypoglycemia. Psycho says, I have seen that. I thought it was the best thing ever when I was like 16 and watched it as an adult, and it does in fact suck. That I haven't rewatched it since I was in college, which is probably about as late as you can watch it and think it's interesting at all. But like, yeah, it's actually a little reassuring for you to give that exact synopsis, because like, based on my similar experience, I would assume my reaction would be the same. Okay, hold on. This guy brought a photo of Neil Remington, who lived for 75 years. Dad taught me the importance of standing up for family, not to family. This guy's a 1-day member. He took the stew that makes you a member for 1 day. There's a device over here. It's cloudy with a side of frown. There's like a Minecraft creeper frown, and also like a stinky maple leaf. This is the Enlighten Meter 3000. It has what I think is the heat symbol, and also this weird little key that I don't remember being in the last game at all. These tree huggers can never just come quietly, can they? You alright, Bruce? He's got the fanciest looking 70s taser I ever did saw. Morning orders. Meet Mr. Spender and his colleague Marie at 7 Sweet Pea Drive at 9:20 a.m. Doesn't seem right. Bring tasers, but only for self-defense. Before removing occupants, explain our hands-off approach to the new guy. Ensure all property remains inside the building. It belongs to OPIG now. This guy is Billy Greer. For free, I'm just gonna tell you that this guy is Billy Greer. For sure, 100%. Static. That deployed. I'll survive. I guess that freak's got a little thing for Little Miss Daisy Chain, huh? Copy. Police. Little Miss Daisy Chain, huh? This man's Bruce. The hurt man? Hurt people hurt Bruce. Also, a Myson ID card for a security man. And this guy doesn't have his. So he's probably like a Bruce Myson if I had to guess. That might not be it, but could be. And that's all the TV there is. There's an awful lot of jam in here. Just so much jam. You hate to see the jam wasted like that, don't you, Zacula? By the way, this is definitely the Zen murder house. And this is definitely Zacula's favorite character. Maybe this will change your mind. Click. Show me what the statue doing. Okay. Can we talk about whatever this is? Why? I feel like the game has done such a bad job of, like, explaining the transition from, like, the golden idol that we know and love from, like, literally every scene of the first game to this, like, weird little, like, gargoyle imp that looks and functions differently. Like, it just makes me really mad. Like, I don't think that it inherently bothers me that they changed it. It bothers me an absolute ton that they've changed it without, like, really going into why. I get that we're saying that, like, we cobbled together this from some rudimentary understanding of the technologies that made the first golden idol, but, like, listen, it's Rise of the Golden Idol, not like off-brand golden idol, like, not like Temu Golden Idol. I don't know. She's so much more sick than before. She's always a little sick though. Why would anyone even have that much jam in their house? I imagine it's possible to have, like, a condition where you can, like, only subsist off of jam. I haven't heard of it, but I think that can happen. Level readings. Enlightened meter works best when the subject is focusing on loved one and what they mean to them. Phases 1 and 2 complete when all subjects' heat levels are 0 and key levels are 100. Enlightenment. Man, those are some ludicrously accurate ink blots. Give me a second. Like mosquitoes. So this guy, I presume this man is Charlie. Not like 100%, but that seems most likely. If you're just looking at her nonsense, she got a pen. It's a red pen. Proud of you. My mentor was the wisest man I've ever known. Wow, she used to be, like, considerably less of a nightmare beast. To jams for the 5 p.m. dinner. Now, is that like a full audio dinner? What's in the trash? Is a note? Commencement address, first draft. Make intro more impactful. Needs to grab their intention. Welcome. Followers appears to be crossed out via typewriter and replaced with dedicants. Since the dawn of time, various fundamental forces have been at war in the universe. Those we colloquially call the light and the dark have also fought inside each and every individual. Inside you, there are 2 wolves. One of them is a literal wolf who is in charge of the Space Marines wolf pack, and the other one is a figurative Space Marine wolf pack wolf. Is that correct, Zacula? Have I been understanding the latest updates on the 40k miniatures correctly? Hey, Nauseum, welcome, welcome. Love the direction they went art-wise with this one. I mean, like, I'll say this. I think I like the depictions of the faces better. I don't think I think I'm still personally in the camp that feels like the animations make everyone a living nightmare and it's more upsetting than it needs to be. But, like, the static faces in the last game were also wildly unpleasant to behold. I kind of do think the designs are improved, but the culprit is the animation. Okay, good. I do seem to understand the 2 wolves conundrum with the Warhammer Space Marines. That's good. If my brother texts me about it again, I'll be sure to tell him that, and he'll have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. Today within each of us, the light will finally seize victory. We will all become, pause for effect, enlightened. That's Too dramatic? Take another stab at it. Yeah, I recommend it. Let me look at this. I think someone's playing Trivial Pursuit. Universalism 101, the fundamental forces. Order and chaos, hatred and empathy, injustice and justice. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of a, like, this half thing, except that, like, the hatred is strong in this one. Nazim says, I can see that with the animation. I just like how they very clearly kind of made the art style their own as opposed to the old retro style. That's fair. I mean, like, I have some complaints about how, in particular, I feel like a lot of the changes in this game have contributed to the game running very poorly. Maybe other people have different experience with that, but, like, it literally crashed, like, 4 times at the start of the stream with me just trying to start it normally and not do anything weird. So, like, I've been griping a little bit about that, but, like, I definitely see what you're saying. Alright, this is, Tim Spender, which is a great name. I don't know what that is, or what you expected it to do, but nothing's changed, Tessa. It's over. Pack your bags. We're terminating this project. So she was in charge of the hippies. And I probably might have remembered her name, possibly, if, again, I hadn't taken a week between the thing. Where's... Kind of annoying that I can't just, like, put in his name, even though I clearly know who he is. I told you, she's a quack. I bet none of the junk in here works. God knows what they're doing with all of it. A blue pen? A note? Dear Dr. Westlake, as per your request, here's my assessment of Madame Navari and her Harmony Foundation. Simply put, Ms. Navari is an incompetent practitioner of false history and pseudoscience. She claims, for instance, that the longer one follows her teachings, the more enlightened they become. But how does she measure this? With a device that provides no quantifiable data? I believe she sees this machine's readings, whatever she expects to, based on her above claim. Stay skeptical. Jim Horney, founder of the Reason Institute. You cannot convince me that Jim Horney founded the Reason Institute. Jim Horney clearly founded some other kind of institute. You know what kind. The horny kind. Weird ink blot that looks like Gothapel equals 5 equals 5 equals 80. He's right. This is nonsense. The mystery kind. More or less, yeah. Sorry, let me plug in,
The servants call me Dummy Thick.
You understand the type. You know what's happening. Dude, Tim Spender never has anything on his person. What a weird guy. Universalism 102. Okay, next course. The key powers exercise sheet. Connect each power to its counterpart. Hint, each power has only one counterpart, so you only need 3 lines. Oh god, we're doing, like, blueprints testing. It says, like, one of the NPCs in my game, Chastity Hornquest. That's an S tier name. That's very good. I missed this earlier comment from Zacula. There are 2 wolves in you is the name of my fanfiction I'm writing. I will refrain from asking what it's based on because I'm concerned that it will become too literal if I know. Let me look at this jacket coat. Tim Spender, manager, speculative investment division. Call number for a free quote. That's weird. So he hired security? Kind of knew that, didn't we? Didn't we kind of know that? That's Marie Westlake. That's Charlie Nunchucks. I don't know. Somebody. Some guy. Look at this. Each day here brings us closer to enlightenment. Until you hit 100. Then you're maxed out. What does it matter why she let them in? Or why they're doing this? Send help. 6 months? That looks kind of like what's his face, doesn't it? The guy who, like, is the head of the OPIG board? My uncle, always the life of the party. The 50th birthday party, you understand. Dear Dedicate Robinson, I am delighted to inform you that you have been chosen to take part in the Harmony's first ever New Dawn procedure. Yada yada yada, Lobster Bisque. Pretty sure the only thing I care about here is the name, right? Because I think the other lady had an identical one, which reminds me that I should go back and check what her name was. Eeveelutions Robinson. You also have the agenda. I think that's right. So I'm going to click this, and I'm going to put it away. No, the other one. Hall. Presumably Monty Hall. Can I go outside? No, I'm really close to having all of the TV that there is. Answering machine. Peace and blessings, madame. Please allow me to bring someone along to this historic event. The person I have in mind is practically consumed with hatred. No one needs this more. I beg you to give them a shot. I gotta listen. I am influenced by hate more than I want to be. By which I mean, not that I am a person hateful to other cultures or whatever, but that, like, I have an issue where, like, anger is an immediate response to things to a degree that I am not happy with, that I do not have full mastery over. If someone tells me, please let me bring someone along, they're so full of hate, that person is not coming along, that's a terrible sales pitch. Thank you, oh thank you, madame. We both look forward to seeing you very soon. How on earth is this two separate voicemail messages? Also, did they have voicemail in 1977? I know it's like an alternate history, but, like, come on. Grow up. It's me, Roger. Alex and Sam. Alex and Sam. How do I disambiguate Alex and Sam? They deliberately chose, like, kind of gender-neutral names, which is a little funny. Just so much jam, man. And, like, again, so we start this case, and it's like, oh my god, like, the experiment, like, the incident led to, like, a crazy wound or something. And it's like, yes, it is a lot of raspberry jam, but, like, his arm got cut. I don't know, I guess this guy got, like, donked in the head. So, like, is there something that implies that the Order that, like, people went in the order of, like, how long they had been part of the Harmony Foundation? Because, like, that would be a really easy way to order them. Thanks for stopping by, Nauseum. Good to have you here. It was invented in the late 70s and wasn't commercialized until the 80s. Still kind of weird that this, like, hippie cult lady has it, but you know what? Fair, I'll take it. According to this person, what do these symbols mean? Wow. That's an interesting one to piece together. Tim Robinson. See what the game did there? Okay. No, not this. You. 6 months. Hers was a year. I'm gonna say... Functioning well. Phases 1 and 2 complete. And all subjects... Fire levels are 0 and key levels are 100. Start levels. Weird that Charlie's... No, I'm just gonna leave that alone. I mean, Charlie is the one day guy. The stew that blinds you for just one day. I'm gonna make an educated guess here and say that I feel like Sam should be the one who's at the 1 year mark. By the way, does it seem weird to anyone else? Like, we haven't seen any of these three faces before, right? Something seems odd about that. If we were, like, spending this whole chapter, like, establishing the backstory of the Harmony Foundation or whatever, and, like, we see all those hippies outside who care about the Harmony Foundation, and, like, I don't think any of these folks were in that circle. Am I crazy? Maybe I'm just crazy. How's it? Mittens is one of these names. It's so stupid. It's like Remington is a name I haven't used. Is that like the only last name I haven't used? That might be Charlie. Where did Remington come from? This is like the dumbest part of every one of these. It's like, where did I get this name to begin with? Oh yeah, that makes sense. He has, yeah, he's Remington. So now I just need to fill in Sam and Alex. So, like, if we were to take at face value the fact that, like, you would get a higher key level over more exposure to the thing, which doesn't really track because of Charlie, you would think that Sam is the one in the other room who's been there for a year, and Alex is the one here who's been here for 6 months. You know, I literally know these top ones are correct. Is it a different combination of these names? I mean, I don't... Okay. So that almost tracks for me. The problem with that is... So I switched Alex and Charlie to get the result that everyone's, like, emotional progress in Tessa's book would correspond to how long they had been here. But this is set up for Charlie, but, like, this dude, I mean, he's got a bunch of stuff on him. I guess the disaster happened before they started reading him? Or no, I guess... I already did the vote at 1330. Because this is like, that would be like 9, like approaching 9. No. Yeah, we're at the end of the first levels reading. So if she has a reading for him, and he's like still hooked up to the machine, shouldn't he be last? And if he's last, then shouldn't he be the one that corresponds to the symbols here? This just doesn't seem right. Tessa, is this the fate of Aset? You bet. I mean, I was expecting, when you started by asking Tessa, I thought you were going to go into the weird, belabored Nirvana Initiative version of her catchphrase that makes me irrationally angry. So, I just want to be clear that this lady, this guy is the mentor of this lady. So, like, clearly she understands the power of triangles, which is to say, the resonance of fate itself. Increase fire. She thinks that fire is bad. That they're like the toxic energy. And she says that enlightenment So I guess he doesn't think that he understands the power of triangles. Well, I'm pretty sure that's true, because I'm not even sure he was seeing me play Resonance of Fate, one of the most profoundly confusing video games of all time, both in terms of mechanics and in terms of narrative. It is also, and this is true, one of the best video games of all time, in terms of both mechanics and narrative. So she thinks that the cane is like bad goo. And she thinks that dot cane is milk or good goo. We're so close. Like, to what, though? I'm gonna look at the events thing. Blank blank and some of her blank were at the blank blank for a blank. The aim was to first blank blank and then blank blank, resulting in blank. However, they were interrupted by people who wanted to blank everything at the blank blank. In the large room downstairs, blank blank blanked blank blank. In response, blank blank blanked blank blank with a blank. Because of this, blank blank blanked blank blank with blank. So, like, I want your feedback, chat. I kind of feel like we've reached a point in the history of the Golden Idol where this really is nonsense. Like, before, in order to, like, increase the difficulty of things, they would phrase the sentences in, like, a silly way that, like, made it a little more difficult to figure out what they were talking about. I mean, look at the second half of this. In the large room downstairs, blank, 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 blank. In response, blank, 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 with a blank. Because of this, blank, 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 blank. So, like, there's, like, no useful context here at all. Like, not that I think this is unsolvable, but just, like, looking at this makes me feel dumber. Like, it doesn't feel like there's a cool story to piece together. It feels more like paint by numbers. Okay. Tessa Navari, and then some of her dedicants. We're at the Harmony Foundation for a Kiki. What are we calling this garbage? Procedure. We'll call it a procedure. For a procedure. The aim was to first blank blank and then blank blank, resulting in enlightenment. I guess eliminate and replenish, I think is what it says on the note. You have one too, right? Elimination process, replenishment process. So eliminate hatred? Opposition. Yeah, I want to say hatred and empathy. Could do order, chaos, justice, injustice. I want to say it's like hatred, empathy. Gotta be something that like narrows it down. Phases 1 and 2 complete when all subjects blank or 0 and blank or 100. Enlightenment. Does the machine itself say something useful about this? No. It's like a weird math equation somewhere that I should definitely care about. Connect each power to its counterpart. You only have one, so you only need 3 lines. I mean, obscure, illuminate gotta be counterparts. Eliminate, replenish, purify, contaminate. Sure. This doesn't feel like an escalation. Wasn't like exercise 1 like kind of in depth? I mean, where was that? Where was 101? Oh, 101 was in the trash? No, it's the first draft. Called the light and the dark are inside each individual. The light will seize victory. Well, that's true. In terms of figuring out what are the important things, we do have the message that's like, this man knows only hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate humanity since I was first created. Yeah, alright, let's go with hatred and enlightenment. Let's just leave that as it is. However, they were interrupted by people who wanted to blank everything at the blank. To what was the deal with the Horny Institute? Where was that stuff written down? Your thing. Request. Here's my assessment of Madame Navari. She simply sees in this machine's readings whatever she expects. Blank equals 5. Equals 5, 5. Equals 8, 0. I feel like this is supposed to be important to me, and I'm not sure in what way. Fun fact, the guy who voices Am in the video game is Harlan Ellison, who wrote the original short story. I was aware of that, but it is a fun fact. And that is the video game I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, based on the story I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I think I forgot to actually add that to my Halloween list. I don't know if that's making it this year, but maybe. I have to assume you gotta run that from GOG. I feel like even if there was a Steam version, it would run like as bad or worse than this game. Really looks like a creeper vase. I don't know why. Okay, so like this thing is a crystal that came off of this. Was it launched from this? This guy's hand's like all cut up. And the back of his head got thonged? What were your orders? Removing occupants. Explain the hands-off approach. Sure, all property remains in the building. Belongs to OPIG. Have you played it? I haven't personally played it, but like I only like first found out about it like 10 years ago, really. It's like not something I would have played when I was younger when it like came out or whatever. But like I am fairly well acquainted with the game. And also the story. So she thinks Cain is hatred. This is empathy. I think. No. Eliminate. Yeah, okay. That's not super helpful, but yeah. Also, interesting choice that in this game, when you slot either one of the colored things in there, it keeps the half coloration behind it. I guess to avoid the issue I had in one of the DLC things where I kind of forgot one of them was like a split thing and it hung me up a little bit. What does that leave me with? Events. I wanted to seize everything. A large room downstairs, blank, 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 blank. In response, blank, 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 blank with a blank. Because of this, blank, 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 blank with a blank. I don't know, man. Why don't you just tell me the name of the movie you want to see? So, I guess the thing that's a little funny is, like, she doesn't really know what she's doing. But if she clicked the Green Lantern button, that dude would be on fire, right? Hey, wait a minute. The comet thing. It's in both of their, like, backstories. The cat is not a comet. Not sure if that's related to the comet. So, I mean, like, someone got stabbed by someone else with a crystal. Is what it looks like to, like, this guy seems to have got stabbed in the arm. So are the footprints supposed to help with that? It's not clear to me who would have grabbed that crystal or why. Of this blank, 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 blank. In the large room downstairs. I guess we're calling this the large room, right? So we're saying someone stabbed. Arms akimbo over here. Bruce Myson. Everyone's favorite human being. In response, blank. Yeah. If you pay close attention, there's like green light. Well, I guess it's not lights. It's probably like the taser contacts on this taser. And these ones are missing. So like this isn't, I guess, supposed to be him hooked up to the machine. It's that he got tased. So in response, Billy something? Billy Greer? Oh my god. Shot with a taser with a capital T? Is taser a brand name? Because of this, blank, 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 blank with a blank. because of this. I gotta say that Alex is the guy who did the stabbing because his hand is cut up in a way that suggests he was like holding the sharp crystal and that it like rolled that way from where he like dropped it. Not sure why the ID is just like loose there in that particular spot. I think this is what we're going for. Because of this, blank blank. Blanked blank blank with a blank. What? Because of the taser. Because of the taser, you see. He understands the tasing that's the issue. She grabbed, stabbed with a what? With a pen? What is with the colored pens? Is something about the colored pens supposed to seem relevant to me? It doesn't. Should it? It doesn't. This also feels largely irrelevant. Not entirely, but largely. What weird assumption am I making or not making? Because of this, blank, blank, blanked, blank, blank with a blank. Like, it kind of has to be past tense, right? I think. Which means it can really only be like stab, shot, or grab. It could be grabbed. It could be like someone else did the stabbing or someone grabbed the crystal afterwards. I don't know. For my money, like... listen, I don't know how you react to looking at this room. You know, we had like... The last game had like a DLC case where you looked at the aftermath of a card game and you had to figure out like what order people got stabbed. You know, like the last thing, you had to like figure out like the trail of the wheel, and you can like trace it back pretty clearly. I look at this room, I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I don't know at what point the footprints happened. Like this is weird to me. So did this guy, like, hit his head on the table? Like, there's a weird blood spot there. But, like, it's an even weirder blood spot when you consider that he would have hit the back of his head, but now he's, like, strapped into a chair. Like, how did that happen? And, like, her whole attitude is unhelpful. I feel like there's nothing to be gained here. Meet Mr. Spender and his colleague Marie at 9:20. So this is that location. They met here. Bring tasers only for self-defense. Before removing occupants, explain the hands-off Home property remains. Okay. So the taser's self-defense is supposed to, I think, be the indicator that the tasing doesn't happen first, which is, like, fine. I think that's right. Because of this blank, blank, blanked, blank, blank with a blank. It has to be blanked a person. So it can't be, like, grab the crystal and put it someplace where, like, it wasn't harmful. Only one of the tasers appears to be shot. Order. Procedure. Like, pen, taser, and crystal feel like the only, like, obvious... Like, so many of these don't feel, like, relevant in these types of sentences at all. Blank, blank, blanked, blank, blank. I don't know what it's getting at, like, at all, because it's like no context in the sentence or in the scene. I don't know what it's getting at. It's not that conceptually whatever this is like too difficult for me to understand. It's that I don't feel like they're trying to tell me what's going on. I think that they just decided that in order for this to be difficult, they would just tell me nothing. I'm, like, way more interested in this weird comet thing than, like, whatever stupid thing is happening. Terminating this project. Another check in here works. First speech, that's, like, weird. Oh, this one's 101. Fundamental forces. I'm not even sure what thing is, like, supposed... Like, I truly have, like, no idea what we're getting at. Like, I could, like, try to brute force this. Doesn't sound interesting. What's this blank, blank, blanked, blank, blank. I mean, is it... Oh, no. Okay, hold on. So the thing what I think is happening is that I wasn't missing the third part. I was missing the first part. I think that the implication is that it was like, it genuinely started at a relatively tame scale with someone just sort of like putting hands on someone else. And then the security guard escalated. But the weird thing is that, like, doesn't look to me like she did the stabbing. So this guy got tased and then stabbed and then passed out? That feels weird. I'm betting this is at least partially wrong. Some of her dedicants were at the Harmony Foundation for a procedure. The aim was to first eliminate hatred, replenish empathy. Let me just check the symbols. I think that's right. I mean, I think so. However, they were interrupted by people who wanted to seize everything at the Harmony Foundation. Again, that seems right. Large room downstairs. Alex Remington grabbed Bruce Meissen. Hold on. What is his comment? Guess that freak's got a thing for little Miss Daisy Chain. Okay. Okay. So, I think we're saying that the new guy, who is this guy, whatever, Bruce, I think, wasn't briefed on the, like, quote, hands-off policy. And so he grabbed her because he's complaining that the hippie has a thing for Miss Daisy Chain, who I assume is just the woman in the room. And her name happens to be something I know off the top of my head, which is Charlie Hall. In response, and then the tasing happens last, would make sense. So the escalation is like, security dude touches woman, guy stabs dude for doing that, dude's partner tases him for stabbing other guy. No, Billy Greer shot Alex Remington stabbed Bruce Meissen. Yeah, I think you're right. It's the other woman. Oh, okay. Yeah, she has like... It's not featured in a way that's like super helpful, but like... It looks like she was like mishandled or whatever. But like, again, like if you want the story to like read cleanly at a glance, like she should probably... I don't think I like the choice to have this woman be out here. She also, I guess her sandal is over here. So like, dude grabbed her over here. This guy, Crystal, again, super unclear as to like why he like hit his head on the table and is like strapped into the electric chair. But like, just like have this lady go out and do the call, and then like have... Like, let the environment do the storytelling instead of having it, like, work against your, like, complicated thing. Like, I don't know. Like, does it increase the difficulty? Yeah. Is that, like, maybe the only goal here? Possibly. But, like, to me, I feel like the environmental storytelling is more interesting when, like, it occurs naturally. And I feel like a decision like that is to, like, obscure it? I don't know. Grabbed Sam Robinson. Oh, hang on. Motive? Which 3 clues are needed in order to deduce Alex's motive for protecting Sam? Who cares? Gang, who cares? Do you care? Like, I don't even feel like I'm trying to be difficult, but like, do you care? I feel like I know as much about his motive as I care to. Three clues are needed in order to do, what are we doing here? I mean, it ain't the cat. To deduce the motive for protecting Sam. I mean, look at Is this guy supposed to be this guy? Like, probably not. Probably not. Although, could be this guy. Maybe? No, I don't think so. I mean, when I say, like, who cares, what I mean is, like, again, like, similar to the earlier point, it's just sort of like, I don't know. The last game, it just felt like the story, like, spoke for itself. Now, we've just, like, concocted, like, another, like, wild scenario where, like, someone did a fascism, like a super low-grade fascism, like a corporate fascism. And then, like, someone else didn't take kindly to it, and someone got stabbed as a result. And I'm like, all right, fine. And they're like, why did he do that? I'm like, because, like, the fascism was bad? Like, I feel like that's it. Am I, like... Am I supposed to, like, have some intuitive sense of... Like, I don't know squat about this guy. He's, like, unconscious. Oh, no, hold on. My dad taught me the importance of standing up for family. This is definitely what we're angling towards, right? That's gotta be one of them. So the other two things have to prove that they're family. The only problem is that, like... I don't feel like her family picture... like, supports that. Which is kind of what I was, like, trying to angle at before, comparing those two photos. What's the deal with the walkie-talkies? Does any of that matter? Copy that. Blank deployed. Copied. Police blank. So is like his 1 day badge supposed to be part of it? Like he just showed up because they're... I mean, they're like the two blonde characters that exist or whatever. This doesn't feel like this is helpful. I don't... Like, if I guess the issue I have with this motive thing is, like, I feel like it's out of order, right? Like, I feel like the last game would have, like, maybe this is part of it too. Like in the last game, if you were going to have something like this motive, it would be like part of the puzzle right away, right? Like it'd be one of the scrolls like visible to you immediately. And you could like choose to work on that first. And like if you worked out the motive, then it could help you solve the other thing. Whereas like here, you don't have any opportunity to look at the motive until the end, by which point I've already sort of resigned myself to like, sure, I guess he did it. Like, I don't care at this point. Like, if I knew the motive first, or if the motive was, like, organically part of this, which it really doesn't feel like it is. They're, like, all... I don't think it's the cat, the tasers, or these. Are the symbols... Yeah, I mean, that's my impression too, Demolition. This is, like, so... Like, the fact that I've basically, like, solved this case means I'm, like, past the point where I feel like this is meaningful. Crystal power technology. What is this garbage saying? I don't fully, like, don't get me wrong. I understand that the game wants me to think that the cool, interesting thing is that they're secretly related. One of the problems with that is that I've never seen either of these characters before in my life. The second major problem with that is that, like, without the game giving me a wink and a nudge, that doesn't read by this scenario, like, at all. Like, nothing in the environment, like, immediately makes me think that's what's going on. So, like, it feels like it's just, like, a failure to tell this part of the story that they think is interesting. Which kind of just results in, like, friction for me, the player, when I'm like, great, I did it. And their response is like, no, you didn't. And I'm like, why? And they're like, ah? And I'm like, I don't know what you're... I don't know what you're getting at. Like, am I crazy? Like, is there... I don't know, like, he... Other than the blonde hair, I don't even really have, like, similar features. As far as I can tell. The person I have in mind is consumed by hatred. No one needs this more. Thank you, madam. Both look forward to seeing you very soon. So with this context, I'm guessing that these messages are from her, but, like, there's no way for me to really know that without just, like, blindly guessing that, right? So she brought him along? But, like, answering machine tape isn't, like, one of the clues? Listen, gang, I'm just gonna put all the loved ones in here. I don't, do you know? I don't know. Like, it's, because nothing else seems useful, like, this is, like, intuitive, but, like, I have been paying attention to these photos, and they don't, the thing that they seem to imply is that, like, the meteor is important, which is maybe cool and interesting, but at the rate this game is going, I am not convinced that that's true. But, like, there's, like, no... There isn't... This doesn't mean anything. Am I crazy? Am I losing my marbles? I don't... Why don't I let the game tell me what I just figured out, huh? Before the Enlightenment process could begin, OPIG officials arrived, backed up by hired goons to kick everyone out of the building and confiscate everything inside. One of the officers got heavy-handed with a female follower, so her cousin stabbed him before being tasered and restrained. Meanwhile, Tess and Avari tried in vain to rid the OPIG officials of hatred, believing this would make them change their minds about evicting her. But, like, and I promise I'm not trying to be difficult, but, like, what tells me that they're cousins? The fact that they all brought photos of human beings, except the lady who brought a cat, because the other lady brought a cat. The other people are all related because their loved ones are human beings who are not the same human being. Because they have blonde hair. Like, I don't get what we're getting at. I don't understand. All right, let's do this meta puzzle and get out of here. If the game doesn't crash, it might crash. Okay, here's, like, a stupid idol. This would never work the way she imagined, but some of the pieces seem legitimate, interesting, important. Even the wildest myths are usually grounded in some small fact, I suppose. Oriole Toussaint. Parts not even connected. Looks like she made a Gavril's classic translation error. A classic translation error. Hate was a reasonable guess. Poetically, this symbol linked to fiery passion. Curious to find out what this one might mean. Okay, so the key thing is important and I don't know what it means. Okay, and there's a phone. Of course I want you back. Nathan said I could hire an independent consultant, and it was your incredible insight that got me here. Dynamic growth. Empathy up. To Lake. With blank from the blank blank, blank blank ran the blank blank. They used blank blank to build and blank, believing it could blank blank, and then blank blank, and in doing so would help people blank blank. However, it actually blank blank. Due to blank blank's blank, the blank blank was building blank. No, the blank blank building was blank. Blank blank realized the blank might blank if it were blank. Blank blank was in charge of its blank, but blank blank. Despite this, blank 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 the new device, so it was denied a bank loan, like the Human Torch. With blank from the blank, blank ran the blank. With probably like funding from the OPIG Corporation. They used blank to build and blank, believing it could blank blank, and then blank blank. And in so doing would help people blank blank, but it actually blank blank. Dude, I don't have any sense of what OPIG's motives were. I don't feel like you told me that. Okay, hold on. What's the hierarchy doing? Oh, brother. Board president is like Nathan, what's his face? Head of speculative investment, I remember being Tim because it was on his business card and it sounds stupid. Independent consultant, that last thing suggested was Eugene Marmont. Astrophysical laboratory lead should be Marie. History consultant was like this dork. Research engineer. Probably this guy. Research assistant. There's a circle that just has the word project terminated on it. Dude, that's super annoying. That's a really annoying facet. So this guy is like the peeping Tom. He's nobody. This is like random hippie lady. This guy is a security dude. It said I could hire an independent consultant. It was your insight that got me here. That got me here. His insight. Research assistant. Following the mid-year inspections. Contractor missing. Check with HR. Well, I can't reuse anyone, so I don't know what I'm looking at, to be honest here. Like, I mean, we know that Marie was like the head of the laboratory, right? And we know, I mean, from, like, why would this even exist as a scene if its purpose wasn't to tell us that Marmot had become the independent consultant, which feels like it just doesn't need to be part of this chart at all, if I'm being honest with you. Corn-based solutions. That's a job, I guess. Contractor emotion studies. I mean, like, I feel like that's, if anything, that's supposed to be her. I don't know why she would be part of this. I guess we're saying that, like, yeah, I guess that's what this is getting at, too. We're saying that, like, Tessa was getting money to run the Harmony Foundation from the corporation, and they didn't like what she was doing because it was, like, cult nonsense. They used blank to build an blank. Who's the they in this sentence? Tessa, I guess? That's unhelpful. But it does feel like we're saying they use artifact parts to build a... What do we have? Golden Idol device. Spending the infinite death, chaos, protest. Artifact parts to build an artifact. He was sedated with sedative. Believing it could. Yeah, this is just like rehashing the last thing, right? Except that the words are different and wrong. Like remove, destroy, deactivate, avoid, rebuild, possess, reach. I mean, I don't know, like, take hatred, give empathy, in so doing would help people, like, reach enlightenment. That's a word. To build an... It really is just like artifact again, right? They use parts of an artifact to build an artifact? That's really annoying if that's true. I'm gonna put it down and decide to be mad about it later. However, it actually... did nothing? I think it actually did nothing. Due to blank blanks blank, the Harmony Foundation building was repossessed due to their overspending, do you think? Due to their empathy, the building was repossessed. However, it would be great if the sentence was, however, it actually did something. Unclear what, but it did something. It's somewhat effective. Due to, I'm going to say this is due to Tessa Navari's overspending? I'm not sure if that's reasonable, but it seems reasonable. Blank realized blank might blank if it were blank. So that's... I think it was Jack, yeah? No, it's Oreo. Real Toussaint. Real... But, like, again, this isn't something that, like, organically comes together from the scenes we've already seen. Like, once we've completed all of the sections in this chapter, it just, like, has to give us a thing that says, like, by the way, this character thinks that the idol could work if it was built by someone who wasn't stupid. It's just, like, it's just, like, a complete failure, in my opinion, for, like, anything to build to anything more than it is on the surface level. Okay. Realize that the artifact might work if it were rebuilt. Blank was in charge of its blank, but blank. Despite this, blanked the new device, so was denied a bank loan. Was denied what? Was denied something. It seems real, like, I feel like we shouldn't be allowed to have something be one of these words if we're trying to take this, like, you have to fill in the words thing seriously. Like, if you leave, like, a really vague option, then, like, technically it's correct if you put it in, like, a whole bunch of different spots. Like, something should not be a viable option, is what I'm saying to you. Because if it's a viable option at all, it's probably a viable option in, like, at least half of the possible scenarios. In charge of it's like reconstruction or something, one of these? Yeah. But avoid death. But did death. Despite this, blanked the new device. Blanked it. Activated? So was denied. Wasn't denied funding. We got funding. Discovery still not broken. Oh, we're saying Eugene Marmot activated the device and was denied lab access. This is a horrible. If this is what we're going for, this is a horrible sentence. Because, like, we literally know this is true, but, like, in the context of this paragraph, like, feels completely disjointed and unrelated. So who was put in charge of its reconstruction? I would argue that Marie Westlake was put in charge of its construction, but she did something, you understand. She was in charge, but she did drinking. She work hatred. She repossessed theft. Now there's a concept that we can all agree on. Delayed testing? Okay, we're close. Running from OPIC, Tessa Navari ran the Harmony Foundation. They used artifact parts to build Anne. So it has to be a vowel starting thing. Didn't build overspending or enlightenment. Didn't build an empathy. Don't think we built an order. I'm gonna leave that as artifact. Not totally sure if that's a thing that humans say. Believed it could. This feels like another like badly written sentence. I don't know. Do you think something here makes more sense than take hatred, give empathy? Like, I don't know why you would, like, not have this mirror the terminology that the previous case established, other than to make this, like, randomly more difficult. People. But, like, clearly it seems like we're going off the same concept of, like, remove hatred, instill empathy, reach enlightenment. Actually did nothing. Due to Tessa Navarre's... Maybe it's not overspending. What else we got? It's not murder, I don't think. I guess I didn't pay super close attention to whatever date was on there. Due to her... I don't know, man. It still feels like overspending. Protest? No, I don't think so. Delayed. Board inspection be instead of delayed testing? I just don't realize the artifact might work. It's rebuilt. Westlake was in charge of its reconstruction. Is that the problem? You put someone else in charge of the reconstruction? But I mean, the reconstruction sounds like a more hands-on thing than saying it's like Nathan Hoyle, right? Like he's like head of the board, but like he's not reconstructing the artifact. I'm gonna try board inspection. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. I gotta ask, what if monks and stuff have it all wrong? And it's actually a huge amount of hatred and earthly attachments that make you achieve enlightenment. I mean, I guess the idea in that case, Zacula, would be that, like, enlightenment is simply something fundamentally different than what people assumed it was. Which I guess is technically possible, but certainly some amount disheartening. Still kind of an interesting thing to ponder, though, yeah? Much like an orb. I just don't realize the artifact might work if it were rebuilt. Marie Westlake was in charge of its reconstruction, but delayed. But is, I mean, feels like the issue is like here-ish. Despite this, Eugene Marmot activated the new device. It was denied. So, I think the implication here also as well to Tambien. Nathan said I could hire an independent consultant. It's your insight that got me here. Does she somehow get Tim's job? It doesn't seem like that's like a promotion, but I feel like that's kind of implied. I don't know, whatever, I'll come back to this. Stupid org chart that doesn't feel relevant to anything. Funding from the OPIG Corporation, Tessa ran the Harmony Foundation, they used artifact parts. Is there another word than artifact here? I don't think ancient is one of these, yeah. They wanted stolen parts instead of artifact parts. Which, okay, I guess. Okay, hold on. Story 2. After learning about the blank blank, blank blank believed he had been blank because the blank blank had been set to blank blank. However, it was actually set to blank blank, which blanked a blank. During a blank, blank blank tried to set it to blank blank, but actually set it to blank blank, which blanked a blank. Blank blank was blanked by blank blank's blank, and blank hit him with a blank. This is a nightmare. It's definitely, like... So... The more of these I do, these, like, meta puzzles, like, the less that I like them. Or, at the very least, the less I like the way this game has chosen to handle them. Where, like... This right here, this is the game. So, like, this shouldn't be in a contextless void of like, word jumble. This should be what the cases are about. Or, like, these big, like, oh, this guy's actually in cahoots with whatever, and, like, it matters for this reason. Like, that should be, like, that's what we should be looking at. That's what we care about. It's not like... some guy was secret cousins with some other woman, neither of whom you know, and so he stabbed a guy who you also don't know with a crystal. Lamau. Like, that's, like, I don't care about that. Arguably, I care a little bit about this, but, like, this way of telling this story sucks. It's not good at all. Okay. After learning about the blank blank, which can only be Opig or Harmony, blank believed he had been blank because the blank had been set to... What? The blue? The blue had been set? The blue was set? The rebuilt artifact had been set after learning about the blank. Some male believed he had been blank because the artifact had been set to blank. However, it could be enlightened. Yeah, I think we're talking about Eugene. He's a him. He's him. After learning about the Harmony Foundation, because he got the pamphlet from the hippies. After learning about the Harmony Foundation, Eugene Marmot believed that he had been rewarded. He believed he had been deactivated, like a robot, because his battery ran down. Let's say... because the artifact had been set to... Again, really unclear why this set of blue words doesn't actually have the terminology established by the Harmony Foundation. Would make this whole thing make a lot more sense to me. It was actually set to give fire, give discovery, broken promotion, demon. Wait, no, that's not it. To give heat, which started a fire. What did he believe it had been set to? Like, these aren't even the words that he would think it was. Good night, Zacula. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know. I kind of want to finish this game, but it's not... I don't know. I'll think about it. You let me know. You say stuff on the Discord if you want. You have a good night, Zach. Here, have one of these. Liven you up before the shower.
Ole!
During a nothing. During a board inspection. Blank tried to set it to blank, but actually said, okay, hold on. I have to load up the lab again. Because I legitimately don't remember what this was set to. Or why? I'm not sure I knew why. I'm not sure I know why now. God, loading in this game is a nightmare. So, I mean, it's set to, like, give object heat. Someone had photos. Okay, that didn't help me, like, at all. That helped me, like, none. Exit scenario? Hey, anyone want to do me a favor and look up how many chapters this game has? I'm curious. I don't need more information than that. I just want to know how many total chapters there is. Experiment together. Eyebrows. Start calling me Icarus. I have to see again. See what's inspired by your dogs. Maybe I can impress Mr. Hoyle and swap me. I feel like that's supposed to be important. 5, huh? Yeah, I thought the answer was 5. Kind of hoping the answer was 4. We're about to finish 3, hypothetically. Hi, Nathan. Pleased to see we finally got the budget crisis under control. The premises used for the Emotion Studies project have been renovated and repurposed for more promising ventures. So you've decided on a new team leader. Why don't you make it clear that while she and I have had our differences, I agree she's the right person for the job. Yeah, okay. So the, we already did this, but like, yes, overspending. Right, okay. So we're definitely calling this terminated. It sounds like Marie got a promotion and then used her new position, working directly under Nathan, with his permission to hire Eugene as a consultant, which probably leads to this guy becoming the laboratory head because he was hoping to get Marie's position and was probably roughly qualified. But then I must absolutely level with you that, like, I have no earthly concept on who these people, none of them seem related to the laboratory at all. I don't know why I would think that they were. I don't know what we're going for. I have no idea what this is building towards. And not in an enticing way, in a way that's making me upset. Alright, looking at this thing again. After learning about the Harmony Foundation, Eugene Marmont believed he had been... Maybe this is punished? Because it had been set to increase hatred? Because that's what he believes those symbols are, more or less? Give... It's actually set to give heat, which started a fire. During a board inspection, blank tried to set it to blank. So connected. Gavril's translation error. Trying to set it. Trying to set it to, but actually set it to. Is this not the same? Is this not the same point as above? Like, it's just saying that someone else had calibrated the fragmented idol, and they had a different understanding of what the symbols meant. But isn't the but actually set it to something which blanked a blank? Isn't that just still gonna be give heat started fire? Like, this dude didn't intentionally set it. He just looked at what it was with the information he had and retroactively made that conclusion. This other person tried to set it to I don't know what, but what they did was they started a gosh dang fire. Maybe part of this is the ice thing. I'm sure he started the fire. Maybe it was always burning. I hadn't considered that because we only really see Eugene at the moment he's on fire. So we don't know when exactly it started, if we're being, like, totally honest, right? You raise an interesting point. Which blank was blanked by blanks and blank him with a blank. And hit him with a hammer. I'm gonna take another look at this. I want to take another look at this. This protest garbage. This would have been Jack Nowak trying to set the device to do something that wasn't fire. Going to put it over here with the rest of the fire. Trying to set it. What is his interpretation of this symbol? All right, leave this horrible place. Oh, the load times. They're just miserable. Much like I am. Please. Please no. Okay. During a protest, Jack Nowak tried to set it to blank, but actually set it to take heat, which throws a... It's not like a super great sentence, but I think we're going for bird bath. Blank blank was blank by blank blanks blank, and blank him with a blank. This feels completely disjointed from the rest of this conclusion. What about the Harmony Foundation? Trying to set it to what is supposed to give me his interpretation to give promotion. It was a reasonable guess. Curious to figure out what this one might mean. And yet, like, not at all involved in what we're doing. He trying to set it to. What are my like goldish words? What do I think he thinks he was doing? Does he even have like dialogue in that case? Oh, the load times. This is truly a miserable experience. Like if they want this to be part of the meta puzzle, like this needs to be dramatically improved. The load times are unforgivable. Maybe this says something. Dormant no longer has interior lab access. I don't know, man. I don't get any sense of what this guy's motive is. Why would I have any idea what he thinks he's doing? It doesn't seem to be written in any of the known material to me. I just know that he did it. This game like has a really wonky sense of like cause and effect, man. I'm like really eager. Like I desperately want to get to like look into people's impressions of this game, but I don't want to do it while it like maybe spoils the negligible story happening. But like I cannot be alone, right? Like this is so not as good as the first game by like a big fat margin. Like, am I stupid? Like, I don't have any sense of what we're getting at here, or where I would even find this information. Trying to set it to blank. Testing metal. He said it to do nothing. He said it to. He said it to disappointed birdbath. Honestly, I'm just gonna put give promotion because it's funny and then like figure it out. Blank blank was blank by blank blank's blank and blank him with a blank. All right, who are the possible who could possibly be blanked? Take, give, swap, work, avoid, rebuilt, deactivated, punished, rewarded, destroyed, started, froze, impressed. No, this is where promotion goes, huh? Because this is talking about Marie Westlake, who for some reason is impressed by a guy who has no concept of lab safety and lit himself on fire using an artifact he didn't understand. Which, you know, I guess is a commentary on nepotism or something. Impressed by his... not by his nothing. By his drinking? Oh, she was impressed by his drinking, perhaps. By his... discovery? Ew, you're probably going to want it to be discovery, and it's going to make me upset. I don't know. Nothing in this world indicates to me what these two blanks are supposed to be. Problem is, it's more than two blanks wrong. Something about the Harmony Foundation. Eugene Marmot believed he had been punished because the rebuilt artifact had been set to give hatred. However, it was actually set to give heat, which started a fire. During a protest, Jack Nowak tried to do something, but actually set it to take heat, which froze a bird bath. Marie Westlake was impressed by Eugene Marmot's... Is it maybe something other than discovery as well? Is that how it's maybe just 3 spots wrong instead of more than that? Credit broken, demotion, lab access, well, he didn't have lab access, drinking, empathy, mass order, death, nothing, hatred, heat, blame, discovery, metal, testing, artifact, ice. I feel like that's got to be that sentence. Maria Westlake was impressed by Eugene Marmon's discovery and rewarded him with a promotion. And this is something, is it, we call it something other than a promotion? His good job. I don't think it's merely lab. Oh, wait a minute. What I'm supposed to take away from this is that he got her old job because her name is crossed out. But then... Oh, so this isn't him talking to Marie. This is him talking to some other person. So he hires the monster lady that Zacula hates. Or possibly Penny, whose boat it isn't? I really have no idea who research assistant would be, though. Do I? I think no. So, I mean, independent consultant is one of these two. Research, I don't know, man. Okay, that's correct. Two others are wrong? Two of them? So that's clearly one of the ones that's wrong. Is it like... I don't know, man. Definitely reached the point of trying to brute force this. Still not satisfied. Nathan said I could hire independent consultant. Your incredible insight that got me here. I want you back. Want you back suggests it's like this lady, even though we don't specifically know that the two of them interacted. It's kind of heavily implied. So it should be these two correct. This should be correct because it's the only way he gets here. I think is the implication of this. The crossed out her last name. She got fired? Maybe she got fired. Why would she get fired, do you think? Okay, so she got demoted to research assistant? But why? Explain why. It's not remotely clear to me why that would be true. Why? It's fine for that to be true. That could make sense, but it doesn't, you see, because you haven't explained why. So then it's not her. It's... Oh, I see. I mean, it's like Tim or Nathan. I guess we should conclude that it's Nathan, because Nathan empowered him to do the thing, even though they technically both... I just want to... Would you be happier if it was Tim Spender? You would not. So I'm going to leave that as Nathan and be upset. After learning about the Harmony Foundation, Eugene Marmot believed he had been punished because the rebuilt artifact had been set to give hatred. However, it was actually set to give heat, which started a fire. Is it something other than punished? He believed he had been started. He believed he had been work. Punished, deactivated, rewarded, destroyed, froze, disappointed. He believed he had been disappointed. He believed. Finished. Protest. Jack Nowak tried to set it to. I mean, what? Like, what do you even think? What was he trying to do? I don't know what he was trying to do. He just, like, fired a laser out a window, and then, like, it ruined a barbecue, and, like, no one cared. Jimmy cracked corn, and these people don't care. Like, the cause and effect's all messed up because you don't tell me any of the important facts. You just, like, have me ascertain them randomly from these, like, contextless blank paragraphs. Pressed by G Mormons. We determined there's really not anything better than Discovery, huh? Impressed by Eugene Marmot's heat. Rewarded him with empathy. He was impressed by his mass. Here's what I want you to understand. I know no one's watching this at this point. It's very clear to me that chat has given up on this game and me and everything I've ever cared about, and that's fine. I understand that because this game is very confusing and not engaging and whatever. What I need you to understand is that this is no longer a logic puzzle. The first game is a logic puzzle at all times. Sometimes it requires you to make a logical leap, and sometimes that's done well, and sometimes it's not done well. But this actually just isn't a logic puzzle. It's using the same mechanics as a logic puzzle, but now it's like all logical leaps. I mean, like, yes, some of these random things have, like, random details to facilitate the logical leaps. But, like, it's not really a logic puzzle anymore. In the interest of time and frustration, do you want me to look up a guide? I'm gonna say yes, and I'm also gonna say start by just letting me know if there's, like, a specific part of this I'm, like, obviously majorly wrong on. If that's a possibility. Talking about the Harmony Foundation. Gene Marmot believed he had been punished because the rebuilt artifact had been set to give hatred, but it was actually set to give heat, which started a fire. That all sounds right to me. During a protest, Jack Nowak tried to set this, like this. I don't know. Actually said it to take heat. What does Jack think it is? Because it's Jack, it's not the other guy, right? You see where I went wrong. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna double check this guy and take one more look at it. God, the loading times are unforgivable. It just really seems like this guy would want to hit key. You have to still have a job. Was he trying to target this guy? Is that something? It makes so much sense. No, wait, what? It's not your fault. They don't understand what the Enlightenment device does. That makes so much sense. He believes he's trying to help. He's trying to help. It's not his fault. He was trying to help. I mean, it's an insanely stupid way to try and help, if we can all be honest, with each other, which we should. He believed he had been... it still feels the same. I mean, let's start with this. Jack Nowak tried to set it to blank blank. This is almost certainly wrong. Do you have a sense from whatever you're looking at of what I'm supposed to derive this from? I would love to take a real shot at, like, understanding it, but I don't want to spend too much time on it if the answer is no or whatever, which seems very plausible, Devolution. I mean, the rest of this seems right. Take heat, frozen bird bath. Your structure's off. Ugh, that sounds miserable. In terms of story order, ugh, that sounds awful. That sounds so bad. Ah. That's very frustrating, if true. But wait a minute. He believed he had... So, no, that doesn't make any sense, though. So the protest is supposed to happen before the fire? But that means that they're doing experiments, like, before they get approval by the board, which is, like, the whole thing not to do. It's, like, the whole instruction. He believed he had been... Oh, that's so annoying. That's really annoying, if true. Believed he had been... I don't know. The rebuilt artifact had been set... Tried... During a protest... during a board inspection, Eugene Marmont tried to set it to... Wait, why would he try to set it to give hatred? Rebuilt artifact. Could have kept heat in theory. To take heat, which he believed he had been Yeah, paragraph 3 is the easiest part, but I do appreciate the confirmation there, yeah. I mean, I guess knowing that the name is correct helps a small amount, but I mean, even that, like, seemed most likely for sure. This is just annoying. Like, again, like, I don't think there's any value to, like, messing with time the way that they do. where, like, I don't know, the circumstances of the protest don't make it seem obvious that that's happening before. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. Because, like, yeah, the Harmony Foundation has, like, a bunch of their stuff still locked up in the lab. But, like, I wonder how much... Like, I don't think it would make the game, like, great, but I wonder how much better the experience with this game would be if it just was linear. Because I don't think there's been a single instance where the non-linearity did something that was like, whoa, that's awesome. Because, like, the linearity is, like, part of what, like, helped the storytelling in the first one. Because you just knew that, like, whatever happened next, like, follows from the previous thing. Reading the story in its finality, I see why it's structured this way, but it's a tape on cat issue. I see what you mean, yeah. Jack Noack believed he had been punished because it had been set to... It had been set to... What did he believe? What does he believe? Again, like, I just don't understand what Jack thought he was doing. So, like, whatever point in time he was doing this, I still don't have this information. I understand that in his thing, he froze a bird bath and it rolled down a hill and ruined a barbecue. He believed he had been... Yeah, give me a hint. I'm pretty close to just tell me, but give me a hint. We'll give that a shot. Believed he had been... Can it be anything other than punished or rewarded? Why would he think either, though, in his context? Jack's not in here. What? But... It makes even less sense. He has to be one of them, right? They're the only people doing it during a... I mean, this can't be Tessa, because it specifically says he. This could be, except there's no repossession or whatever here. It's Eugene, but it literally doesn't make sense for it to be Eugene both times. It doesn't make sense. Because, like, why would he even be aware of whatever the experiment was making the bird bath? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, he literally can't be responsible for setting the controls both times. That doesn't make any sense. He doesn't have lab access. It's like a major plot point. Cause read the artifact. You've been set to board inspection. During a protest. I mean, it seems like I can sort of understand why the fire is supposed to lead to this and why it would be the later one. I don't think they presented the way I don't think they presented that information in a way that makes that compelling. It's like Raincoat. I'm just here to see it through to the end. I mean, like, we're increasingly there for me, for sure, too, as well, also. Believed it had been punished because the rebuilt artifact had been set to, like take good to, like, take empathy. No, 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 that's not right. It was set to take hatred. Believed he had been punished. Believed he had been disappointed. Also have a haircut in 10 hours. What an interesting way to measure time, huh? Nathan Hoyle was impressed by Eugene's discovery. Okay. During a board inspection, Eugene tried to set it to give hatred. I know I'm griping like super hard. It really genuinely is very distracting and very annoying for the game to use give and take here. I know that like really early in case of the Golden Idol, we were using these terms, but like not only has that not been the case like even once in this game, but also like an entire chapter that we like just had to do like established specific terminology for how these characters interacted with this concept. Like increase decrease would be better, but just like matching the internal consistency of its own story would be best. Because like what is the point of me like having a whole like scroll to do in the last part of the game to like learn the terminology if the terminology is irrelevant and we don't care about it? Like why then even is it in there? What's it doing for me? So this has to be the board inspection. He tried to set it to I'm just going to double check it. I'm just gonna do it. Hiring better writers would cost a few coat jackets of budget. That is how you would measure it. That's how I would measure it. Oh, come on. Why is it gotta take 6 hours? I mean, yeah, I don't know what I expected. I mean, I guess the thing is that it doesn't make any logical sense for him to set it to give hatred. So it's hard for me to reconcile that in my sad human brain. Alright, Demolition, we get to play the part of the stream where you tell me which word or words are wrong, and then I try to figure out what the game wants me to say. Assuming you're willing. We know it's 1 or 2. I'm not actually 100%. Paragraph 2, L2. Paragraph 1, L3. That's line, right? Paragraph 1, line 2. So to give hatred. I mean, obviously this is not your doing, but like just so I'm clear, do we have a mutual understanding that if Eugene is taking his cues from the Harmony Foundation, that the interpretation of the heat symbol is hatred? Wasn't that again like a whole? Didn't we have like a whole scroll about that? Okay, just so I'm clear that the game is trying to gaslight me and that I'm not actually insane. Okay, so I understand the point you're making. I think is that it's not hatred, but instead it's I mean, it can't like chaos or death or drinking. Oh, that's weird. Wait. Even like this, why would he think he'd be in trouble? Um, I mean, I appreciate that attempt, but to be quite frank, that's like the whole problem is that I don't understand. I don't understand. He had been sent to. Both are hatred. That's more confusing. So he has reversed give and take, so that's why. Okay, so fundamental issue here is that, and feel free to call me crazy, my interpretation of this sentence is, after learning about the Harmony Foundation, I interpret this as he feels he's being punished spiritually, not that he's seeking an explanation for the very clear violation of safety rules. Because, like, that doesn't need an explanation. You shouldn't light stuff in the laboratory on fire. So the idea is he is like a lit god. Bless America. That sucks farts. That's not good at all. I, as the player, feel like I have no reason to think that he doesn't know how to read the, like, 4 symbols that exist. Like, maybe I missed something. But, like, I literally don't think the game hints that he's, like, functionally illiterate. Like, it's, like, I thought the idea is that he's just, like, kind of reckless. Not that he's, like, too stupid to breathe. Like, I genuinely don't know how I'm supposed to get that. I really, truly do not. And that's what we'll be doing with the device next. That's going to cause all sorts of legal problems. It's totally unscientific. Where's our control group? Sounds good to me. I'm sure the universe will guide us. God, I hate these people. Full steam ahead, then! What could be greater than golf with a gator? Do you understand the experiment in play? Okay. Take me back. Country Road. I have to go into, like, a specific case because you can't, like, access the menu from, like, 2/3 of the video game. And I just can't tell you how much I hate that. I'm incapable of telling you the degree to which I hate that. There's no reason for the game to function like this. Like, the more I interact with this game, the more I'm convinced that it's, like, truly in, like, the bottom, like, 15% of user interfaces I've dealt with in video games. Which is, like, shocking. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And why does it take so long for everything to load? How do I get out of the video game? Why is this so difficult? Can you imagine releasing a game in, like, 2024 and, like, not being able to turn it off at will? Can you, like, imagine doing that? I shouldn't be able to do that, but I can. For reasons that make me very upset. I don't know how to get out of this game. Okay, I found it. Please close. Great point, Devolution. Crashes when you want to play. Can't exit when you want to. It's truly cursed. It's truly cursed. It is. It really is. I mean, listen. I've been doing nothing but griping about this game nonstop, and I'm not gonna belabor the point now. We could talk about it more tomorrow if we really want to. Like, I'm inclined to try to finish it, but, like, I'm increasingly disincentivized to take the game seriously because it's not taking itself seriously in a way that's truly genuinely frustrating. It's genuinely, like, not even, like, really a similar game in my opinion to the first one. Like, Case of the Golden Idol has flaws but is great. Rise of the Golden, like, if you just released Rise of the Golden Idol and Case of the Golden Idol didn't exist, I think everyone would play this game and be like, this sucks. Like, this is genuinely bad. I don't know what they're getting at like half the time, and then when I find out, I'm upset about it. It's not a good place for your story to be. Hey, listen, somewhere in this room around me, I have hidden some number. Take the little guy of Squirtles. If you're able to locate a Squirtle that's hidden in this way, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. Now, as I said at the start of the stream, the normal desk space is off limits because I just wanted to showcase all of my Eevees. And while you take a moment to consider where you think Squirtles might be hiding, I'm just going to hold each one of these up to the camera. Here's Glaceon. The whole face is like a little bit askew. The ears are more rabbit-like than usual. I don't know. It's kind of good. The face is a little wonky, but I like it. We got Leafeon. Leafeon's tail's like enormous. It's like way bigger than I think it's supposed to be. Espeon. I don't know. Espeon's just all around solid. I don't have like a lot of particular things to say, but like they did a good job there. We got Sylveon. She was kind of packed up where like her ribbons were like folded up in a weird way, but I think I smoothed them all out. Pretty good smile, right? Here's a little weird because of the ribbon on it. Umbreon. Like I said, I feel like Umbreon might be like the least good, but none of them are bad. I like Umbreon though. Umbreon's good. Umbreon's got a great design. Just the like slightly disapproving Vaporeon that I like. Doesn't totally love to sit up, but the tail sort of cushions it. It's fine. It works well. Jolteon. I mean, just like classic. The hair foof on top is a little weird for my money. And also, every time they make something with these kind of, including the life-size Vaporeon has them in the back, and they do not like to stay down. At some point, I might try to fix that more. And this one will surprise no one because I've held it up to the camera before. Flareon, love the face on this. The ear proportions, so good. Is this legit all of them? Oh no, this is all of them. I have all of them now. I had 2, and then I bought, I bought 8, which if you do the math is incorrect, but that's because I bought a backup Flareon because I like the Flareon so much. I don't want anything to happen to it, and I figured if I was going to spend a horse ton of money, I might as well cover my bases. Cool. Okay. So Espeon and Sylveon. I mean, like they're all great. Like I'm happy with the purchase of a stupid number of these. Like none of these is bad enough that I'm unhappy to have them. They're all just different degrees of great. I'm very happy with this purchase. It's like having completed the Infinity Stones. Oh man, they apparently like finished the spoiler season for the new Marvel Magic the Gathering set. And I say apparently because like, I don't know, man. I saw like a bunch of cards and then someone's just like, and there aren't any more cards. I'm like, how big is the set? I don't know, man. Need to do the life-size versions? No shot. No shot. None shot. Flareon is plenty of indulgence on that front. All right, let's go look at the 2 guesses I see. Let's go. Pikachu. Squirtle. Ice Cream Mantis, which in case you haven't seen it before, it's a mantis holding an ice cream. And it has these wings. And it has Squirtle. So the theme I went with this time was rainbow colors. So I got like black and white and brown. Those aren't colors in the rainbow, and so those ones don't have Squirtles. But we got red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. I figured it was appropriate both because of the assortment of Eeveelutions and also because of Pride Month. It just seemed like a happy confluence of ideas. Cool. All right. Great work, everyone. Good hustle. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. It's very likely I will subject myself to more suffering tomorrow. Perhaps you will enjoy some as well. In the meantime, take care of yourselves and remember that you are clawsome.